Today is the 28th. Save. Always gotta do a hyphen because Magic Online's weird. Alright, got that. So let's register for the event. Good evening. It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm barely awake. Talking about good evening. Oh, like I almost overslept through this. I went and tested the one of Nissa. How'd it end up? Who stacked crowd? Yama Killer, Spider Space, Sodek, Amplum, Ricardo, Nikachu, Timu. Respect the Cat, Misplaced Ginger. It's a stacked one. X-Whale, McWind Sauce, Jujubee, Pygonti, Doom Switch, M. Hayashi, Ari Zax, Bench, Gendrick, Ice 9, Soul Strong, Shock Troopa. Super stacked event. It's actually really good. I'm glad it's been working out for you. I'm probably at some point this upcoming week gonna test out 4-color with Lurrus as a companion instead of in the deck, and so I'm gonna have to cut Street Wraiths. And I was looking for some cards to fill in those 4 gaps to kind of help turn on Delirium, and Nissa was in the running, so we'll see. Goose, good morning. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday so far. For example, I was playing against Jeskai Flagfire in Game 2. They played the sideboard Madcap Experiment package. Scry found me a Blood Chief's Thirst just at the right time. See? It's pretty good. It's like a 3-mana Planeswalker that can accrue loyalty pretty quickly. Gets you some value every turn. And the being able to flip over creatures or lands for free is basically card advantage, right? All right, round number 1. Fight. If one of these lands were a threat, this would be a snap keep. But I think without a land, we got to ship this back. Not without a land, without a threat. Here, I don't really want to go down to less than what we're already at. Well, we watched Moana for the billionth time with my daughter, so this is a nice change of pace. I mean, I hear that watching that movie a billion, sorry, times will kind of make you yearn for something different. Arc 4-color indeed. Played it a bit yesterday, felt okay, so decided to give it a shot today. We'll see how it works out. All right, all right. So we could take the giver, push the bird. Alternatively, we could take the bird, push the giver. I think I'm going to take the bird, push the giver. It doesn't matter too terribly much, but I feel like there's a decent chance my opponent top decks a second one of whatever I take, and I would rather them top deck another bird than another giver. So that's my my very well thought out argument. All right. So let's keep finding action. That is technically action. Oh, nope. That's not what you showed me. Yeah, I could be really greedy and go for the Inquisition or try to cling something and draw the extra land. But since my opponent could technically combo me next turn with Eladamri's Call for Vizier, play Vizier, make Infinite Green, they've already got the Duskwatch Recruiter in hand. I would rather just get a piece out of hand or get the Devoted Druid off the board because I don't want them top decking lethal. Need to get some schmancy TBRs. Yeah, we opened one in a chest yesterday. I didn't even know they'd been printed. So we opened one in a chest, and I immediately went and got a couple more. Well, if my opponent's Eladamri's calling for a Birds of Paradise, I think I'm pretty okay with that. Bingo. I meant to elaborate that if my opponent God, Eladamri's called for a bird to play out a bird. To me, that indicates that they really want their fourth mana source, which is why I played Thoughtseize over Inquisition. Because it felt like there was a decent chance they drew like a Collected Company. Alright, let's get a redraw. Few too many non-interactive elements here. What was the final ruling on the Apostles' Blessing? Thinking of testing a couple at some point. There's matchups that I feel like it's supposed to come in that I don't really want it against, like the Reclaimer decks, taxes, things like that, because you want to be able to dodge. God, what's it called? You want to be able to dodge like Skyclave Apparition, but it just has never felt good in those matchups. So if I'm boarding in a card and it's not feeling good in the matchups that I'm boarding it in for, why am I playing it? Well, if we can just draw like a shadow, we've got a reasonable chance here. Well, that be a shadow. Never didn't have it except for those first, like, 5 turns of the game. If we could just draw a fetch land, we've got a reasonable chance here. Yep. This basic forest is looking real bad. Alright. Well, deck. So let's think about how this is going to play out. If I fetch Shock down to 4, Thoughtseize down to 2, my shadow is a 9/9. If I attack with the shadow, my opponent blocks, let's say, Kitchen Finks, and I Battle Rage. I do 7, they go to 8, Persist triggers, Finks comes back, they regain the 2, go to 10, and I'm hitting for 11. No, that's off. If I make Shadow an 11/11 and attack, and my opponent just blocks with Finks, they take 9, go to 6, Persist triggers, they gain 2, go back to 8, and then I've got 11. So they're dead through Finks block. If they block with everything, that first 11 deals 5 to the face, they go to 10, Persist triggers, they come, or Finks comes back, they go to 12, and then I'm not killing them. So they can live by blocking with everything. If they just block with Duskwatch and Finks, it's lethal. They would take 5, or they would block 5, 6 tramples over, they go to 9. Kitchen Finks persists, they go back up to 11, and Shadow's an 11/11. So the downside is I have to fetch and shock before I decide, or before I actually attack. Which is a little bit awkward here. Ballista Shalai. Well. So we are like 100% dead. 100% dead if we don't, like, kill our opponent here. But we do. This is a game we should not have won. There's persist trigger, go back up to 8, and then 11 more on the second strike. Yeah, opponent did not expect that TBR. It was kind of lucky for us that we slow rolled the TBR, not intentionally. Like it wasn't cut and dry lethal. Our opponent did have blocks that kept them alive, so we needed to make sure we had a plan if that block didn't work out. And my plan was I thought these take the Shalai because if I attack and my opponent blocks with everything, I can decide not to battle rage and cling to dust the kitchen finks with the persist trigger on the stack, and then I go up to 5 life. My opponent gets to play a 2/2 walking ballista, and I get to go to next turn with the battle rage and double uh, a double strike trampling shadow. So there was a plan. There was a plan. I'm always surprised by opponents who never respect the possibility of battle rage. Yeah, it happens a surprisingly high amount of times. Is Crypt our only red source? Yes. Which is why I had to fetch and shock to Thoughtseize before I got a chance to even know if attacking was the right thing. I'm on the draw. I've got a pseudo scry, but I think it's too slow. Like, I'm not. There's no guarantee I'm going to do anything turn 1. I've got a 3/4 Tarmogoyf on turn 2. Then a whole bunch of hopes and prayers after that. Alright, this is significantly better. Makes sense, and the cling line didn't occur to me. Right, like, we had ways to fight around, what's it called? Um, walking ballista. We would just get to, like, wipe their board, and then it would be a 2/2 ballista and a Birds of Paradise, or 1/1 ballista and an untapped bird against Shadow. So, basic forest, my opponent's like pretty sternly representing Veil of Summer. And I don't think that I have to play into it here, which is why I'm letting them just go to their turn. And now I just get to like Blood Chief's Thirst this without having to worry about Veil. And if this Bauble Scry here can find me like another black source, I can double spell next turn. Not too interested in a Cling to Dust. Oh boy. Kill this because I don't want to just die next turn. We are hand disruption for days this league. So they did have a combo. I guess I just didn't even play out a land last turn. Nice. Alright, so let's get a Watery Grave. We'll Thoughtseize, and if our opponent goes for Veil of Summer, we're probably just going to Stubborn Denial it. Chameleon Colossus. Chameleon Colossus. Oh boy. That is a modern Magic card. Opponent, are you brave enough to attack us and make our shadow better? You are. There's Township. What did you rip off the top? Spike Feeder. Alright. Hopefully our opponent is nice and just like goes for a collected company here. I don't know, like Walking Ballista. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna teach a thing or two about bluff attacks here. Our opponent died to a Battle Rage last game. So if there's a way in which we can attack that would put them dead to a Battle Rage with like specific blocks, that's something to consider. Like we can fetch and shock down to 8, but then Battle Rage isn't even lethal. So because Battle Rage isn't lethal from there, there's no point in bluffing this attack. Especially since we're just dead on the crackback. I only have one red source in the deck. So I cannot fetch another red. And I don't know if that's necessarily a line that a lot of people will respect. Fatal Push is a good draw. So let's see what our opponent is hanging out on over here. No thank you. Alright, so we could kill like the Spike Feeder or the Ballista. We'd have to go down to 7 to do so. Is that worth it? Like, let's say we fetch Basic Swamp, kill the Ballista. They deal 2 to us, put us to 6. We attack with a 7/7 Shadow. If they rip a land, we're dead. So I think because they have an out of hitting land, I can't make that attack. I'm really hoping that they like draw a land, attack with everything, and hold up Township activation. That's a pretty good one. All right. I've got to find like a sweet spot in the life total that I can make an attack and not have to worry about dying on the crackback, but be able to potentially present lethal on my next attack. So I'm kind of aiming for um, there's no way that my opponent double blocks, right? So the question here is if I think my opponent might double block, I would rather wait until blocks to fatal push. If I don't and I let this resolve, my opponent's essentially gaining 2 life with Spike Feeder that they wouldn't have gained otherwise. I could fetch and shock to 5, fatal push the Spike Feeder. They gain 4, go to 20. Vizier becomes a 3-2. They can hit me for 4 on their next turn if they activate Township again. So that's not lethal. Is there any chance that they double block? So 3-2 Vizier, 3-3 Spike Feeder. Shadow's got 2 damage on it. I fetch and shock. It gets up to 6. So that would offer up a trade with Shadow and their board. No. I'm left with the last card, so I don't think they would make that trade. I think that if I wasn't left with the last card, I think that they would try to double block, or there would be at least a chance that they would. Also, I think the pause made my opponent like F6 and not Spike Feeder there. Even though the Spike Feeder is just like 100% correct, like gaining the 4 life there. Let's see, on your list, I've got -1 Peatland, +1 Stomping Ground. Are you playing more red cards than I am, though? So that's usually a big reason for the change. That's about right. No Path to Exile, please. Ewit Shalai. Cool. This deck obviously rewards highly intimate knowledge and card choices, and no luck at all is involved with the winning of these matches. I have the off feeling that my opponent is typing something angry to me in chat. but I don't partake in such things. Alright, good start. 2-0 over Heliod. So let's update the title. Let me update Stream Decker while I've got a second here, before anybody yells at me for not having that on the right deck list. Decks, upload. Choose a file. 4-color shadow, open. Set as current. And that should help that deck list. Boom. Let's see. Not really. I'm using it as an extra shock if I need to lose some life in a pinch when I draw a bit duff. I can understand that completely. One of the things that I have not liked about this list, as we saw in those matches, is the basic forest. Because you're running like peatlands, you've kind of got 4 lands now that are a little awkward with life loss. And only playing 4 shocks can get a little dicey. Like you've got the Grave, Overgrown Tomb, Breeding Pool, Blood Crypt. But like our typical 5 or Grixis list, we're running 5 shocks, 2 crypts, 2 water graves, and a steam vents. And so we're able to turn that corner pretty quickly if we do have a shadow online. See, I always replace Forest with Peatland when I play this deck. So Forest was really a nod to the popularity of the Gruul decks at the time. If the Gruul decks are dying in popularity, which it appears that they've kind of gone downhill since Scourge of the Skyclaves got printed, then the Forest is significantly less necessary. Where's my little scroll bar? Just like disappear. Where are you, scroll bar? Alright, let's reorganize some of this stuff so we can show off the deck list in all of its eternal glory. No, come back here. Like, why are you stuck over here on this column and not scrolling left? You can scroll up or down. Clearly you can do something. Do we have to minimize it? Text is so small. Can we... Is that our workaround? We have to like minimize it, recenter it, and then go bring the list back up. Alright. Here is what we are running today. Boom. But yeah, if Gruul is on the decline and there's less Blood Moons running around, then you could very easily cut the Forest and you're not really going to miss it. And if you did decide to cut it, I would say either another Peatland if you're not planning on running any more red cards, or if you do add any more red, I'd run the Stomping Ground. Found that very quickly when I copied your list exactly when you were playing the Tasigur. I thought the Tasigur was sweet, but yeah, you do have a difficult time because you are playing a much more painful mana base than Grixis is. You have to fetch and shock more often. Peatland can be a little bit awkward in longer games. But because of that, you have a lot more lines early where you try to be more conservative. And when you do that, your lack of shock lands can really come back to bite you. But how's everybody doing this Saturday? It's still pretty early over here, but hope everybody's day is off to a solid start. Let's see. Quiet day for you. About to play a webcam game. I've heard those have gotten extremely popular over quarantine. Um, just like paper games using a webcam, and I know it's really popular in the Commander community, especially, but probably pretty popular with like constructed Eternal formats as well. But it is nice to get that better start than we've been doing. Like a lot of these events, we find ourselves starting off 0-1 and then having to scramble back. So starting off in the 1-0 bracket is good. Let's see, feels like Paper Magic is going to come back soon in the States. I think that like local game store, small in paper or in person paper will come back pretty soon. But as far as like GPs and opens and large scale public events, I feel like it's going to be well into next year before those get back up and running. More and more people are showing up to local F&Ms here. Nice. Yeah, like I've been pretty reluctant to go to our store uh, since quarantine started. But I do believe that a lot more events have been firing. Yeah, I think I will look up in, I'm gonna say like April of 2021, and I doubt there will have been a GP or an Open yet. Uh, but I think that'll be kind of a checking point. And if things are going in the right direction, then I could see them occurring after like June, like halfway through the year. But if we look up in April and things aren't going in the right direction, then there's a chance that we just might not have anything in 2021. But I mean, you've got a lot of factors that go into that, like how accepting are people of a COVID vaccine if it comes out. How much are people fed up with things like the mask restrictions and decide that they're just not going to take it anymore. Like I saw something on my Facebook last night that kind of cracked me up a bit. Um, Somebody had posted like our one of our local town events is to have like a fall festival kind of thing in our city square, and somebody posted that the governor had come out and said like, all right, we're putting in a mandate that you're not allowed entry if you're not wearing a mask. And if you don't have a mask, we will provide you with one at the front gate. Security will hand them out to anybody that doesn't have a mask. Um, So yeah, like come enjoy everything. Just bring a mask. If you don't have a mask, we'll give you a mask. Easy. And somebody had posted this whole Facebook status about like how they were excited because their kids were going to get to go this year and now they can't. And I'm just like, well, you realize you can still go, right? Like they haven't closed down this event. They're just saying you have to have a mask, and if you don't have a mask, they'll give you a mask. So they're going to let you in. And it's just like this whole ordeal over having to wear a mask. Like, let's see. Check out my list I'm playing. Currently 1-0. Let's see what we got from Ken's list. Rakdos Elementals. Oh, baby. So we've got 4 Hellspark Elementals, Classic, played them in Standard. 4 Lightning Skelementals. 4 Scourge of the Skyclaves. 4 Seasoned Pyromancer. 4 Spark Elementals. The younger brother of Hellspark Elemental. 4 Thunderkin Awakener. 4 Blood Moon. 4 Bump in the Night. 4 Lightning Bolt. 4 Unearth. A whole lot of 4s. Blackleaf Cliffs, Blood Crypt, Bloodstained Mire, Marsh Flats, Mountain Swamp, 2 Abrade, 2 Collective Brutality, 4 Fatal Push, 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 4 Thoughtseize. I can dig it. I wonder, and hear me out here, just thinking out loud, how about Simian Spirit Guide? You get to threaten an early Blood Moon, but you could also have turns of just like turn 1 Hellspark, turn 1 Lightning Skelemental. I don't actually think it would be good, but I think playing a lot of this stuff, like Lightning Skelemental, Blood Moon, all those kind of things ahead of curve is really nice. But what did you play against round 1? People really get real silly about masks here in Florida. Understandable. One of my sisters lives in Florida, and she will fight some people over some mask issues. Like she is not a fan of them. I'm just like, you'll be okay. But let's see if I can find it. I don't know if it's in my wallet or not. It is not. I am from Florida, from Pensacola, Florida, like as Alabama-y of Florida as you can get. Let's see. Played against Adnaz, and apparently he didn't know the clause between Bump and Angel's Grace. Lost on upkeep. Oh, so he didn't know that it wasn't dealing damage, it was losing life. Yeah, I've had that come up a couple times with things like collective brutality. But for those of you who do not know, Angel's Grace says that you can't lose the game this turn, which is a pretty big part of it. But the second part says that damage dealt to you can't reduce your life total to less than 1. But there are plenty of effects in Modern, like Bump in the Night, Collective Brutality, that cause a loss of life, not damage, and Angel's Grace does not prevent that. So you will, in fact, die on the next upkeep. He was like, how am I at -2? I grazed. Yeah, you're at -2 because you grazed. I played against Adnals with Infect once, and I had like a lethal Infect attack, and my opponent Angels graced, and then died on their at the beginning of their turn. So they're like, well, I don't die. I'm like, well, you still get 10 Infect counters or 10 poison counters, and it is absolutely a static check. It's gonna keep checking. It doesn't check just when they're put on you. I wouldn't really mind running into to Adnals like 7 times today. Steven and I did another metagame breakdown, or almost complete. We've got a couple more events from like this weekend to add to it, but did another metagame breakdown, and there was a decent bit of ad nauseum that showed up in the top tables of a lot of these premier events. And then of course like Uro's way up there, and Rakdos Scourge is way up there. Green White Reclaimer. You know, the usual suspects. Fun fact: they can't even respond. They just you lose. Right? It's a state-based action to check for something like that at the beginning of their turn. It's actually a step before their upkeep. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. So untap step. There's no passing of priority, uh, but there is. Yes. So there's no passing of priority. Or I guess the state-based actions are delayed until the upkeep, but there's no time to respond to state-based actions as soon as they're checked on upkeep. State-based actions don't use the stack, so they go to their upkeep. Because the upkeep starts before there's any chance to actually cast anything, state-based actions are checked when the upkeep starts, and they die. I love this rule right here. Uh, Active player determines which permanents they control will untap. Okay? Then they will untap them simultaneously. Sure, this turn-based action doesn't use a stack. Normally all the player's permanents untap, but effects can keep one or more of the player's permanents from untapping. Makes sense. If you've got something like, what's that artifact? Vidalcan Shackles. You might choose to keep it tapped. And fits into the rule perfectly. But this first line of the active player determines which permanents they control will untap makes me feel like I should just be able to keep whatever I want tapped at will. Why I would, I have no idea. But I feel like I should be allowed to. Like maybe I don't want to untap my shadow this turn. You don't know me. Okay, I went Fetch Shock Bump, Fetch Shock Skyclave, Fetch Shock Bolt Bolt Lethal on turn 3. That's pretty good. Let's see. So Fetch Shock Sky or Fetch Shock Bump. So 17-17. Fetch Shock Skyclave 14-17. Fetch Shock 11. Bolt is 14. Bolt's 11. So as long as they did 2 points of damage to themselves somewhere. Yep. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. It's always sweet when you have those kind of nut draws like that. We shouldn't have ended our round so quickly. Well, we've only got one match left between Mad Max Ernest and Usama 96. Let's see who's coming out ahead. Sven, Doom Switch, Juju Bean, Pygonti. Better than average. X Whale, Yama Killer, Spider Space, Lord of Puntlantis, Hayashi, Ricardo. Ooh, beats Sodek too. Nice. Nikachu. And our big losers, Arizax, Ice Nine, Shock Troopas, Soul Strong, Gindrick, Misplaced Ginger, Respect the Cat, Canister lost, rough. Sodek, which we saw lost to Ricardo. McWinsauce. Pretty even. Feels sweet. Prowess is a problem there. My deck can't beat Lava Dart. Right. Your deck full of X1s has the trouble with the 1 mana 2 individual damage spell. Looks like people asking about Scourge of the Skyclaves and Sprite Dragon in the Facebook group. Paulo, thank you so much. We managed to squeeze by with game 1 with a couple timely top decks, but we'll see what happens from here out. We're just kind of waiting for this last match to end right now so we can jump into round 2. Is Ricardo on Hammer or Shadow? I do not know. I am not positive. Urban Punk looking pretty. Is that a robot arm on there? That is awesome. I've not seen that one before. It's my shocked face. Thought so. Or I think so. I always thought it was a wrench. It could be a wrench. But it seems like if one arm's going up, then I kind of assume the other one's going up, and the other one looks robot-y. Let's see. Sidewell, hey, nice list. Quite similar to mine. Personally like second sweeper over second thirst. What did you think? Were your 2 decays main from yesterday, cutting 1 sub? I did not like the 2 decays yesterday. I didn't feel like there was enough things going around that I really cared about hitting with them. So I decided to go back to the stub. For the sweeper in the sideboard, the matchups that I'm kind of targeting with Blood Chief's Thirst are like Prowess, the Scourge decks, and things like that. And I don't think sweepers are too effective against a lot of those decks. You're after my heart playing Grimflare. I love me some Grimflare. We were talking about it the other day off stream. What cards in Modern we felt like were most underplayed or underappreciated or didn't make the impact that we thought they would, and Grimflare was my choice. Like, this card was a force in Standard. Where's Uro? I haven't had enough time to try it out yet. That's that's the short of it. Good luck in round two. Appreciate it. Gonna need it. Looks like it's starting now. What do we got? Teemu. So, Kiki. Kiki Jiki. Blue red Kiki Jiki. Yeah. If our Grimflayer can survive a lightning bolt and get a hit in, it's really good. We've got answers to Blood Moon. Don't really want to draw more lands, though. Lightning Bolt, Spell Snare. That's a hell of a combination. So I guess we take the Spell Snare, because that will at least let our Grimflayer resolve. And then we can figure out what we're doing about Lightning Bolt after that. I feel like Shadow's favored if Shadow gets an okay draw, but at the moment we're getting a little flooded here. Alright, so I know my opponent has the Lightning Bolt, but I don't have any way of getting Delirium active sooner. If I had like a Street Wraith or a Mishra's Bauble or something in hand, I could play around this Lightning Bolt, but I don't, so here we are. Man, I get here and you start drawing lands. Should I leave? No, I don't believe it's your fault. Yep. All right, deck. Let's give us some piece of action here. We will gladly accept one of your finest Death Shadows. Actually, yeah, Death Shadow, Tarmogoyf. Punished. Punished super hard for playing out that Grimflayer. Basic Forest. You know, I'm not a huge fan of drawing basic forest here. Alright, so I'm countering this because I know my opponent's draws haven't been stellar either. Alright. We go in searching. Nope. We've got a thing. We've got a couple things. Let's just go Swamp, Tarmogoyf, Snap Snare, sure. Opponent was licking their lips at that Snapcaster. Like, got him, we get to do the thing. And here's a shadow. Alright, we got a Kiki-Jiki. So this would present lethal if my opponent doesn't block. Like, my opponent's just guaranteed to block, right? I know the last card's another pathway. Yep. Like, nobody is surprised by this. Well, I wouldn't say we're dead yet. There are things that can happen. Not a lot of things, but there are things. Okay, target with Snapcaster copies, yes. Oh, so he just gets to bolt us twice. Alright. Alright. So he could even play around removal spell on Snapcaster there. Well, in the battle of whose draws were more awkward, we won. We were the big winner. On to game 2. Shaving some of these awkward removal spells. Boarding in Veils, extra counter spells on our side. Just remembering the pain of playing out that Grim Flare to a Bolt, and then having our opponent, or then drawing the Mishra's Bauble the turn after. They had a shitty starting hand, but just what they needed against us. I mean, to be fair, like, we had a shitty starting hand too. The only difference was we drew lands, they drew actual spells. But we did eventually hit spells, and we had an out there if our opponent didn't, like, make a copy and block, or if we'd found, like, a Street Wraith or something. Alright. Let's go. Usually, Shadow's favorite against any, like, bolt-based removal decks. So I don't mind our position going into game 2 here. Nope. Yeah, keep this. And we'll bottom. Are we bottoming? What are we bottoming? Probably delay. Yeah. I think it is going to be delay. We can bobble ourselves if we see something we like. We can fetch. If we don't have to fetch. If we see something we like, we don't have to fetch. If we don't like it, we can fetch. You know. Tarmogoyf on top. Alright. I'll take another Tarmogoyf. Alright. Tarmogoyf gets to resolve without without Spell Snare. Nice. In before Spell Snare. No thank you. Alright, we're down to one red card, but we've got a bunch of blue spells. Let's get Breeding Pool. Lightning Bolt this, nerd. Don't double Lightning Bolt it, please. I'll put Tarmogoyf on bottom. Alright, let's crack in for a few measly points here. No, I'm not bluffing it. I don't want to potentially give my opponent the impression that I have it. Let's get Overgrown Tomb. Yes. We'll crack this peatland. Good draws. Good draws. Alright. Let's just crack in as is. No point in going crazy with damage here and putting ourselves lethal to like double bolt or bolt snap bolt. If it's Aether Gust my Tarmogoyf, I'm gonna Veil. If it were delay, or not delay, if it were opt, I'd let it resolve. You keep your dirty Aether Gust on your side of the table. What have we got? My God, the Aether Gusts. Letting the Aether Gust resolve because I can shuffle away the Tarmogoyf if I decide I don't want it. This essentially gets 2 cards out of my opponent's hand. So like ultimately I don't really care about the Aether Gust. I've still got the better board presence. So I do have Cryptic Kiki-Jiki. Valakut Awakening. Any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library, then draw that many cards plus 1. Don't really care about that. So I'm just going to take the Spell Snare. Then I can decide if I want to recast the Goyf next turn. So let's think. If I attack if I shock in Watery Grave and draw into Tarmogoyf, Is that my best course of action? I'm just wondering if Tarmogoyf is my best draw in this situation. Or would like another counter spell be a better draw? I guess I can play Catacombs and like delay the decision. See what they draw. Yeah, we're delaying Kiki-Jiki. So now my opponent has to block with Snapcaster. So I think in this case, Tarmogoyf is okay. Although any removal spell is just lethal. I think I'm shuffling away the Tarmogoyf. I think I'm looking for like another delay, a stubborn denial, any removal spell. Bingo. Point to the shuffling away Tarmogoyf decision. Alright, game 3. On the draw. I want some extra things to do on the draw. Yeah, like, push is definitely alright. But I don't want to go too heavy on removal and then just, like, leave myself in a really bad situation against the Cryptic Command, Archmage's Charm, yada yada side of the deck. Um, yeah, Dismember is better than Push, because Push can't kill Kiki-Jiki, but Dismember can. Um, doesn't have many basics, so Assassin's Trophy. I think he's still running like 3 basics, 3 or 4, and he has no way to search them out. So there's a good chance that there's going to be multiples like in his deck at any given time. You're 1-1 in the challenge currently. What are you playing? It's a good draw. So let's get a Watery Grave. Cycle Wraith. Alright. I could hold up Stubborn Denial and aggressively stub like an opt, and then next turn I would be able to Inquisition, turn on Delirium, and traverse. Because if I Inquisition and my opponent opts in response or something like that, I might never get to proactively play out an instant, and then this traverse isn't really doing anything. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to aggressively Stubborn Denial and opt. As awkward as that sounds. I really just want this to get a threat. Don't know how long it'll last, but opponent currently does not have access to red mana. Sorry. That also turns on Delirium. So basic forest, so I want to shuffle that away. So let's get a breeding pool off of this. That way I can Inquisition, hold up Stubborn Denial if they try to counter my Inquisition, and then Aether Gust, or not Aether Gust, Traverse the Overwhelmed if they don't counter it. So there's the Drake. So I think we're just taking Charm and then traversing for a Shadow. Another Stubborn Denial is a good pickup. So there's the red mana. Ooh, boy. So I can Thoughtseize, take Snapcaster. No, I have to Thoughtseize, take Crackling Drake. Thoughtseize, take Drake. Play out Shadow, hold up Stubborn Denial. And they drew a Remand. Why did they have to draw a Remand? Alright, what if I take Snapcaster, they cast Drake on their turn, I delay the Drake, untap on my turn, and have Shadow plus double stub? Take Snapcaster, delay the Drake, Shadow double stub. It's like, honestly, this thing isn't even that big right now. I know it gets bigger, but it's either that or take Drake, but then my opponent gets to remand Shadow, snap remand next turn. Alright, made up my mind. Probably going to get punished for it, but we'll see. I'm going to kind of bank on my ability to kill my opponent before this Drake coming off suspend matters. Or put it to where when the Drake comes back down, they're forced into chump blocking. You think one Foothills or Misty is better? It depends. Are you heavier on blue? Go Misty. If you're heavier on red, go Foothills. Because Misty can't grab Blood Crypt, and Foothills can't grab Watery Grave. He looked away. What did I take? I took Snapcaster in the hopes that my opponent will cast their Crackling Drake into delay this turn, and then I can untap, play Shadow with double Stubborn Denial backup against Lightning Bolt, Remand, Unknown. Like, this is currently my opponent's hand that I know about. So I'm hoping that they will cast Drake this turn. I get to delay it. Stop by late. Good to see your 1-0. How's your day? So far, so good. We had a nice little 2-0 win round 1 over Heliod. We're currently in game 3 against Blue-Red Kiki-Jiki. So we'll see how this one ends up. Lost game 1 to a little Kiki-Jiki Snapcaster loop when we were 1 point off of lethal. We won game 2 not too handily. Like, we ended up drawing into a removal spell kind of late that sealed it up. And game 3, we're hoping to out-tempo them pretty hard here. My hope is that my opponent's thought is I didn't take Crackling Drake because it's only a 1-4 at the moment. So I'm not too terribly scared of it. When in reality, I'm terrified of the card. JP just lost to Bogles. Bogles is never fun. What are you playing today? Is my opponent choosing not to play the Drake? Interesting. That's a really good draw for us. So now we can play the Shadow, veil the Remand, and still delay the Drake on their turn. So let's cancel. Gotta think about how life total is gonna stack up here. Like, I want access to double Stubborn Denial. So let's get... Blood Crypt is a 3-turn clock instead of 4. How relevant is that? It's 3-turn clock, but it dies to double bolt. And I don't think I want to be in double bolt range when I know my opponent has 1 bolt. So my opponent is drawing into Spell Snare. Oh, that could be a horrible situation for me. Because if they go 5th land, Crackling Drake with Spell Snare against my delay, that could be game over. No 5th land, please. EE. We'll Stubborn Denial and EE. Come on, second counter. I really want my opponent to try to counter this stub with something. How are we doing? We're currently 1-0. Or do you mean this match? We're game 3 of this match. We know 3 of our opponent's 4 cards. EE is usually not a choice I expect out of the 2-color deck. Yeah, opponent's on a blue-red Kiki-Jiki list that is running a mana base that's boil resistant, so they can run boil themselves out of their sideboard. It's pretty sweet. If he counters, we're in an okay spot. I wouldn't say we're in a good one yet. I say that because our opponent does have Crackling Drake plus Spell Snare. Lightning Bolt our Shadow. Okay. Is this double Lightning Bolt on the Shadow? It is. So we'll stub the second Lightning Bolt. Now our opponent's hand is Crackling Drake, Spell Snare. So I want to take a look and see if they're drawing another land. They are. So they are unfortunately going to be able to play out Crackling Drake next turn. Plus hold up Spell Snare for delay. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it is going to have to be Lurrus Bauble. God, I wish we had another Shadow in the yard. So close. So that was their draw for turn. See what they're drawing off. Crackling Drake. Spirebluff Canal, sure. Does that do it? Dismember. Yeah, this does it. No, we knew their mana available. We knew that they were drawing the 5th land. They would be able to Crackling Drake with Spell Snare back up. So now we know their hand exactly. So let's make sure we can get this tapped. Pay 4 life for Dismember. Shadow goes to 11. Lurrus is the other 3. Boom. It wasn't confusion. It was just double checking. When you're playing a deck that wins and loses on fine margins, I would 100% recommend taking the time to double check all of your math before. Oh, you meant baby? Sure. Well, it's good. Good to note anyway. When you're playing a deck on such thin margins, always good to double check all of your math before you make any kind of play, because there's a lot of scenarios where you might die on the crackback if you don't. Wouldn't Shadow shrink 3? So the Shadow does shrink, but it shrinks after combat damage is dealt. So we attack, combat damage goes through, and then the next time after combat damage is dealt and state-based actions are checked, Shadow sees that we're now up to 5 life, so it goes down to an 8/8. But good question. See, Pedro, appreciate it. The most useful consequence of this effect is in blocking. Right, there's a lot of times where you might have a 3/3 Shadow against 2/2/2s, and or a 2/2 Shadow against 2/3/3s, and your opponent attacks thinking you can't really block with the Shadow because damage will just go through, and you can block one of them. All the combat damage is assigned, and before Shadow is seen to have 0 or lethal damage marked on it, it's seen to have grown beyond combat, or beyond the point in which damage is lethal because of the unblocked attacker. It's kind of interesting. Let's see. So if like I gain life while blocking a Scourge, would my creature survive? I mean, obviously it depends on like how much life is gained and so or whatnot. But yes, like let's say your opponent's at 15 and you're at 12, and you've got a 6/6. Is that right? No. Scourge would be a 5, so it would have to be something like your opponent's at 14, you're at 15, you've got a 5/5, Scourge is a 5/5. Uh, your opponent attacks with their Scourge, you block, cling to dust something, gain 3 life, Scourge shrinks. Or if you have like a life linker, like Scourge, that same 5/5 Scourge attacks into a 4/4 and a 2/2 life linker. You block, your opponent assigns damage to the 3/3, you gain your 2 life. Or I guess that would be after damage, wouldn't it? You'd have to gain life at instant speed, which means Scourge would shrink before damage is actually dealt. Unless you get into like a first striking life linker. It's all over the place. Lurrus and Kling have made Shadow Math even more interesting. Kling especially. Kling is interesting. Simon, delay is great. Which matchups are they for? Just control. So here's what I like to do. I like to pull up MTG Goldfish and kind of go through some of the options here. So I bring in delay against the Uro decks. I might bring in a copy against Heliod. I'll bring it in against Toolbox. Bring it in against Mono Red and Burn. Against Amulet Titan, Tron, Eldrazi Tron, Oops All Spells, any control deck. And the idea behind it is you're just trying to buy yourself a turn or two. So against like the Uro decks, being able to delay an Omnath or an Uro that's escaped, a Path to Exile, Teferi, whatever. Against the Toolbox decks and the Amulet decks, delaying an actual Titan is huge. Against the Burn decks, delaying Lethal Burn, delaying Obosh, Seasoned Pyromancer, all great targets. Anything out of Tron, pretty much anything out of Eldrazi Tron, Balustrade Spy, and Undercity Informer out of Oops All Spells. Things like Cryptic Command, Lethal Lightning Bolt, Snapcaster out of the Izzet decks. Things like that. Basically, like any matchup where you think it's going to come down to a turn or two that you have to buy yourself to turn the game around. Or if it's a matchup where you think that you can present pressure and you just need to pseudo time walk your opponent. What do you think of the deck in the games against 4-color Omnath and red-black? So against 4-color Omnath, I'd say we're unfavored, but like every Shadow variant's unfavored. But we do present a slightly more consistent threat base than like Grixis. So we can often fight through one or two pieces of interaction a little easier. Against red-black, the Scourge of the Skyclaves decks, I think that basically any other Shadow deck is favored. I don't know if I would say it's heavily favored, but I think that just our increase in 1-for-1 removal gives us an edge there. Does anyone in chat know what happened to Dito? I like to stream, but why did he stop? I didn't even know he'd stopped streaming. I knew he was playing a lot of Uro decks, but I didn't know that he had stopped streaming. Let's see, last night I was on Esper Shadow. I delayed a Liliana, and then when he was able to cast it on upkeep, I purged. It felt great. That's pretty awesome. That is pretty sweet, I will admit. He abandoned us for 2019 cards. I mean, it's tough to say abandoned because for a lot of players that play Magic Online extensively or like grind Magic Online events, you do have to remember that there is uh, a financial aspect to it. And if you're playing Shadow in a time where Uro, 3-mana Teferi, Field of the Dead, Veil of Summer are all legal in the format, and now Skyclave Apparition, there's a good chance that you're signing up to throw tickets down the drain. So if that's not what you're on Magic Online to play for, it's pretty rough. I know. I get the teasing aspect of it. I'm just making sure that everybody understands that there are additional motives there. I just love the delay Teferi aspect. I love Esper Shadow with there's TBR. I wish there was a TBR in blue, black, or white. I mean, that is one of the reasons that like Esper Shadows never really picked up in popularity, right? Is you lose access to TBR. And as we saw in round one, it kind of just wins games. How long till the next match? Approximately a minute. But obviously depends on how quickly some of these matches go. Got 2 matches ongoing. So depends how quickly they get done. I mean, you can add Stoneforge Mystic and Skyclave, but then we are talking or taking out spells. Fair enough. Like, it, if you think the spells are worth keeping in, then I wouldn't splash Battle Rage just for the spells, or just for I wouldn't take out the spells just for Battle Rage. But in like a version like this, your answers are your answers and your threats are pretty well defined for you because they're already just the most efficient things in these groupings. Like our most efficient beater in black and green, our most efficient removal, most efficient counterspell, uh, most efficient draw spells, things like that. So there's not really a lot of room to play with. So the Battle Rage in that aspect is kind of free because you're already tuned on the rest of the deck. I say tuned. You got a few spots to play with here and there, but do you have a sideboard guide for this version? I do not. I've had a couple people ask about sideboard guides. Like, I don't really use them. I could play the same matchup in sideboard 4 different ways. So I feel like I'm not the best person to ask when it comes to sideboarding. But I have had people that have expressed interest, and I've said that if somebody like wants to write things down or keep track, I'd be happy to go over how I sideboard in particular matchups. Um, and it would just be something kind of informal, like between matches of a league or something like that. I would be happy to just talk about, oh, this matchup, this is how I sideboard, this is why I sideboard this way, these are some comparable options. But in terms of just heavily jotting down a deck or a sideboard guide, I've not. Got to update the follower number. 595, so we are way behind on that one. Properties. So let's go in goal. Goal amount 1,000. Starting amount 595. End after, let's move it to January 31st, 2021. Start. Boom. Follower goal is like my motivation or my incentive to stream more often. Maybe Wind Color Aven. I I know a lot of people make the argument of like Wind Color Aven, Slip Through Space, Distortion Strike, Rancor, and all of those cards. And I've kind of gone on a bit of a rant about them before. I think that those cards are okay, and if you're playing them, are you're accepting the risks, and I just want to make sure everybody's understanding that cards like that are not in any way directly comparable to Battle Rage, because Battle Rage is like S tier of this effect, um, gaining trample as well as double strike, which is the big part. You can kill people from 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22 life, where Rancor, Aven Mind Sensor, Slip Through Space, Distortion Strike are not going to be able to kill somebody from 20 life. Uh, so you have to be understanding that that is a big drawback to playing something like Wind Color Aven. Uh, Let's see, I've tried Aven and Sultai Oko Shadow. That's a throwback. What do you think about one Footfall Crater over a TBR in the main? I tend to have one in the sideboard and bring it in against fast decks. So, I think if it's working for you, by all means, run it rampant. But I don't know if there's enough decks that I would want to bring it in against that it would be better than like Battle Rage. Or do you mean you have one TBR in the sideboard? Okay, that makes more sense. Um, I mean, I'd say if it works for you, go for it. I like the Battle Rage because I like having the, again, ability to kill from over 13 life or over 12 life. 595 is Twitch or YouTube. That's Twitch. YouTube, I am not sure what it's looking like at the moment. Probably not great. Let's see. Gotta protect my YouTube login information. YouTube is all of 69 subscribers. Nice. Round 3 starting in a minute and a half. Cannot play Shadow without Ranger Captain. I mean, Shadow with Traverse the Ulvenwald is pretty good. How does the Grimflayer feel so far? Better than Tasker? Well, I haven't gotten to cast it yet, so I don't know. Uakai 420 coming in with the Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to the Stubscribers. You get access to some of our sweet Death Shadow emotes, all custom made from a digital designer friend of mine whose link is in the channel now down below. If you want to go check out her Instagram, some of her other work, if you ever need anything commissioned, highly recommend checking it out. Let's see. Tasker is weird without Thought Scour. Tasker was pretty fine. I've never had any issues with it, even without Thought Scour. And the matchups that Tasker is good against, it's got a very specific role, and it's pretty good in those roles. Like being a threat that doesn't require 2 mana, doesn't require you to lose life, enables Stubborn Denial and Battle Rage. Haven't followed me on YouTube yet. I'm pretty bad about posting my stuff to YouTube, so likely not missing out much. But I try to make sure that I upload all of the like challenges and stuff and watches get paired. It's possible. Otakun. I won the die roll. I would love to play first. So we've got artifact, instant, land. What do we think here? I think I can do better. It's not guaranteed to turn on Traverse. I basically have 3 redraws at something. Keep. I mean, like... Alright, so discard spell or Street Wraith does give Delirium. But getting Traverse online doesn't actually mean that we do anything. Like, we still need disruption of some sort. Now we know we're up against Tron. So I've got to get Breeding Pool because I don't want to draw that second Traverse. And I want to give myself the chance of drawing into a Stubborn Denial. So I can hit like a map or a star, sphere, whatever. Young Cobra Clint coming in with the 4 months. Surprised you're not playing some Call of Duty there. Game's easy, right? I wouldn't say we've gotten there yet. Like, we still got some digging to do. Got zombies paused right now. Nice. Alright, what do we got?
It's not easy game yet. We're still not out of the woods.
But I would be really happy if my opponent goes like non-Tron land Chalice on 1. That would make my day. Nope. Bad opponent. Chalice? This looks like Chalice. Heck yes. So much rather see Eldrazi Tron than normal Tron. And this turns on Delirium for a second Shadow. Alright, what's my plan here? I could fetch and shock Overgrown Tomb. Traverse for Shadow, play Shadow. I could shock Watery Grave. I kind of want to keep the fetch land. Well, I guess if they played Thought-Knot Seer, they take my Fatal Push anyway. So if that's the case, let me get Shadow bigger than Reality Smasher. My opponent cannot... Do I want to diversify my CMCs? I could get a Tarmogoyf here so that I'm not lining up for Blast Zone. Is that better? Maybe Shadow is just better. Yeah, let's just get Shadow. Like, they can't play and crack Blast Zone next turn. Just don't have Natural Tron. Don't have Natural Tron, Karn, and Snaring Bridge. Why do I talk? Alright. Okay. This one is acceptable. Alright. Let's see what happens. Alright, so I could shock Watery Grave, attack with both Shadows. They have to block with Thought-Knot Seer. I've got Cling to Dust to not die to a Reality Smasher on the crackback. No, I just need to play Polluted Delta and attack with both. No, come back here, opponent. You come back here and die like a man. So, playing the Polluted Delta here because now I can counter a non-creature spell and take an attack from a Reality Smasher, and it's still presenting lethal this turn. If I play the Watery Grave, then I'm just dead to a Reality Smasher if I don't Cling to Dust, and that gives my opponent additional mana to do something else. I tried running a 1-of Scourge for that reason. So I'll have to explain it. It don't take it as being like any kind of sarcastic explanation or anything like that. I have to explain it in a way that's realistic for me, and it's that my luck is god awful. So the chances of my opponent um, top decking, Jesus. Remember that time we played around Reality Smasher just for our opponent to have double Tron, double Reality Smasher, or double Tower, double Reality Smasher. Good lord. Couldn't play around that one. I wonder which of that they were missing. Like, did they not have the second tower and were like, oh god, I hope I rip it? Or did they not have the second Smasher? Like, I want the Deets opponent. Cling out, yes. Yes. Like I said, I don't have a maybe board in Plague Engineer for Hangerback Walker. I have not seen Hangerback Walker out of Eldrazi Tron in like 4 years. This is not a matchup about blocking. Like, that should not be your primary game plan. If you're blocking, you're behind. We are the aggressor. They are the deck that eventually will make a exorbitant amount of mana and kill you. You need to kill them quicker. I would love to play first. And come back here, opponent. This is a close one. I think I'm going to end up having to ship it. Like, alright, so turn 1 Thoughtseize, good. Turn 2 Tarmogoyf, good. Turn 3 not being able to cast anything else in your hand. Pretty bad. When did they get the full art TBRs? I don't actually know. Screw it. We were playing a league yesterday and we went 4-1 and cracked some chests from it. And I opened up a full art TBR and was like, I have no idea when this came out. So I went out and got more of them. So now all of our Shadow decks have full art TBRs. Good times, right? Good times. Turn 2 Thought-Knot Seer. double Thought-Knot Seer. Alright, well, let's take your way to kill Tarmogoyf. Spirit Guide, double Temple, Thought-Knot Seer. That's a pretty good opening hand. Not gonna lie. If he draws a land, he didn't need to draw the land. He's already got double Temple. That's pretty good for powering out Thought-Knot Seers. Oh, no. He had two. Two indeed. Interesting. If only he didn't have a second Thought-Knot Seer. This would be really good. Yep. Well, that's blue mana, but it's not a way to grow our Tarmogoyf. I wonder... I could block and Battle Rage a Tarmogoyf just to draw a card. I think I just have to take this and hope to top deck another threat. Now another threat doesn't do it. Jeez. Opponent's draws are pretty on point today. That was a wrecking. God. Double Reality Smasher off the Natural Tron second tower. And then double Thought-Knot off the double Temple opener. That's rough. 2-1. Update. Like, things like that are fine when they're balanced. Like, when our opponent gets to do something absolutely insanely broken like that, I don't have an issue as long as I have ways available to me within the confines of the game to interact with that. But a lot of the things that go on right now, we don't really have good ways to interact with, and that creates a very bad imbalance. Like when our opponent's able to do something that's over the top powerful and no deck in Modern. Like the only way that you could stop that is by being able to ramp out a Blood Moon ahead of curve. So the only way to beat this broken series of cards and draws is by playing an equally or more broken series of cards and draws. And I think that is part of the issue. Like, you shouldn't have to play uh, the most broken draws in uh, in Magic just to compete. Well, Wagner, not 2-0 anymore. 2-1 now. We got busted up by some Eldrazi round 3. I've been playing Spike's Ephemerate control recently. Uro from hand into Ephemerate is hilarious. Well, I don't know if you were in here yesterday, but winner for us, taking down Bant Ephemerate control. It's the highlight. Got to get my revenge from the challenge a few weeks ago. Lost last night twice to all spells, once on a turn 1 and once on a turn 2. Exactly. And the ability to interact with that is like non-existent. Because what are your turn 1, turn 2 counterspell options? You get Stubborn Denial, doesn't hit Undercity Informer or Balustrade Spy. You get Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute, Negate, Flusterstorm, Force of Negation, none of which hit Balustrade Spy, Undercity Informer. Wagner coming in for the second month in a row. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday evening over there in Germany. See, remember? You're playing Yawgmoth, so I had no answer at all. Exactly. Like, I don't know how difficult it would be to take an effect that's going on in Modern that's causing issues and create like an emergency answer to it. For example, you could look at Oops All Spells, take some effect like, let's say, what's a good way? What if you had a 1 mana colorless instant or 2 mana colorless instant that said until the end of the turn, if a card would be put into or from an opponent's library or from any library into a graveyard, it's put into exile instead. That is a very narrow effect to have access to, but gives all decks a way of interacting with something like Oops All Spells. Simian Spirit Guide shouldn't be in this format. So I believe, and I say this with a grain of salt, and you should take it with a grain of salt. Even though I play Simian or Street Wraith and Mishra's Bauble, things like that, I believe that every free effect in Modern should be banned. Mishra's Bauble, Street Wraith, Mutagenic Growth, Surgical Extraction, Gut Shot, Mox Amber, anything like that should be banned in Modern. Every single effect in the format should cost some amount of mana. That is my 2 cents. Unfortunately, that also extends to like Ornithopter, Memnite, things that aren't huge players in the format, but obviously are nowhere near warranting a ban. But I don't think you can start picking and choosing where to to not let this effect take place. Suspend cards are okay because you do have to put mana into them to suspend them or put mana into cheating them out. But an effect that by itself is free and gets some sort of effect should not be legal in the format. Fight me on that opinion. Yeah, I do think it would make things more interesting. Like Force of Negation gone. Like, alright, let's take a look at this. So we've got Gut Shot, Surgical, Simian Spirit Guide, Force of Negation, Street Wraith, Mox Amber, Memnite, Ornithopter. No idea if that's how you spell it. Mutagenic Growth. What else do we have? Yeah, like Phyrexian spells that cost mana and life are fine. Dismember is fine. But ones that are just straight free and the only cost is 2 life. The Elf and Neoform Right, Allosaurus Rider. No idea if that's how you spell that one. What else? There's got to be more here. Mishra's Bauble. Let's take a look at the modern metagame. TG Goldfish. I won't fight you, but tell me this. How would you build the Shadow variants without 2 of its most important cantrips? Well, I've played Shadow without Mishra's Bauble. And I've played Shadow without Street Wraith. Not at the same time, but I think that it could be done. Because you have to recognize as well that if Shadow is slowing down, everything else is slowing down as well. Manamorphose. Nope. Manamorphose is fine because it takes 2 mana to put it on the stack in the first place. So you have to invest some amount of mana. So yeah, we just say all forest cards. Good call. I mean, Manamorphose can potentially lead to more the packs, right? Um, even though you have to pay for them later, like the fact that you don't have to pay for them now is a big downside. We'll put packs with an asterisk. How about that? So all packs with an asterisk. Or we'll put it like that. We'll have to have more talk about that one. Shoals can go in the same category with the packs. Like, are we considering... I'd say the Shoals... actually, I'm just going to straight up say the Shoals. Because none of them see any play anyway. So nobody's going to complain if like the white shoal gets banned. Nobody's going to say anything. What about Aether Vial since it lets you cheat on mana? Aether Vial's still fine because you have to invest some amount of mana into it. Like, just because you have to invest a low mana for a big effect, I don't think is enough to say it's not okay. Like, I don't personally like playing against Aether Vial. Oh, Creeping Chill. Free. You can hard cast it, but obviously that's not the preferred method of getting your Creeping Chills. We said Simian Spirit Guide. Scraping Chill can 100% die in a fire. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I got another hot take here in a second. Oh, we got all this time between rounds because we're terrible at Magic. Olive Dredge. I wouldn't say Olive Dredge because all of the cards that do something you do have to invest mana into, you just get to freely put them in their yard. Compared against Prowess, how'd it go? I think these are like all the big offenders. You notice how all the big offenders are like up here and not down here. All right. So let's say we took a look at our list. Oh yeah, it is the only deck you can't beat. Lava Darts. Duh. All the dredgers and dredge threats. So let's say we got rid of this list. How would Modern look with all these gone? Like, I think if we were talking about top offenders, Spirit Guide is pretty up there. Like, I don't think Spirit Guide should be legal in the format at all. Even if we keep the other free stuff, I think that card is just like an abomination. Personally, I would not have printed things like Force of Negation into the format. But are we trying to fix Modern? I wouldn't say we're necessarily trying to fix it. I just mentioned that I had the hot take of I think that all free spells in Modern should be banned. Because we just played against the Simian Spirit Guide deck, even though Spirit Guide didn't really do a lot. I was just saying that I think free spells should be banned, and this was kind of like a list of the free things in Modern that, at least at the moment, see any sort of play. So I just thought it was cool to take a look at like what it looks like. 4-color Omnath without Force is still deck to beat. So Omnath loses Force, um, but the Prowess decks lose nothing. So they lose a way to tap out, interact, but the Prowess decks lose no power. What about Manamorphose? Sorry if you talked about it already. I think Manamorphose is fine because of the fact that you have to invest mana to start it off. Like, yeah, it's great in Prowess, it's good for fixing mana, but you do still have to invest something into it to get the effect. But if you ban Manamorphose, you kind of have to ban like Burning Tree Emissary and Hidden Herbalist as well. If you're just going to ban like mana replacing effects. But then what about like rituals? But if we were talking about cards I want to see banned. Yeah. Oh, how about this? Michael Claus's naughty list. I would say Simian Spirit Guide. Yeah. Uh, Field of the Dead. 3 mana Teferi. Um, Mystic Sanctuary. I'll put Mystic Sanctuary with an asterisk. The reason for it is I think that Mystic Sanctuary, while some of these other cards are legal, is a big issue. But I think Mystic Sanctuary without like 3 mana Teferi, Veil of Summer, Field of the Dead is much less egregious. Like, I think that the fact that you can have Field of the Dead, Mystic Sanctuary, Veil of Summer, Teferi in a deck that is held together so well because of something like Uro, just combining the game plan of all of these cards is an issue. As a blue mage, can we get rid of Veil? As a blue-black mage, yes. Yes, we can. But, like, one of my big contributing factors to my personal opinions on cards that should be banned is whether or not that card prevents an archetype of Magic from being viable in a particular metagame. Um, for instance, Field of the Dead is a card that single-handedly uh, bypasses the ability of mid-range and control decks to be viable in a format. Because Field of the Dead exists, Jund is dead. Because Field of the Dead exists, blue-white control is dead. Like, you'll have one pop up every now and then, but for the most part, you can't play these mid-range grindy decks because eventually you will lose to Field of the Dead. And then you've got things like Mystic Sanctuary and Veil of Summer that create formats where aggressive interactive decks and tempo decks are dead. You can play Scourge decks, but I would argue that those aren't really interactive decks. Like, they've cut down on hand disruption, they've cut down on removal. They're just trying to, like, power out a Scourge as quickly as possible. But your Delver decks, your Grixis 4-color Shadow decks, the Rock, a lot of these tempo style decks, non-existent because of Mystic Sanctuary, Veil of Summer. Because if you try to go bigger to compete, eventually they're just going to outgrind you with Field of the Dead. If you try to go aggressive to compete between Path to Exile, Veil of Summer, Mystic Sanctuary to get these pieces back over and over again, you're not going to win that race. I think we need to put Uro on the list as well. Is that it? Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath? Yeah, come back here. Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. Yes. But I would just say, like, you could almost look at these 5 and pick, like, 2 or 3 at random, and you would probably get close to the same effect. Let's see. I can't wait for 2019 cards to eventually end up banned in all formats. Probably won't happen, but a 2019 card may be the closest we'll get. I mean, when was War of the Spark released? Was that 2019? Yes, was 2019. War of the Spark, I think, is when the down spiral of Magic's play design really started to hit stride. Like, once you started putting static abilities on planeswalkers, all went to hell. Banning Uro doesn't stop people. Just Reclaimer upfield and then chill. You're right that banning Uro doesn't stop Field of the Dead and stop Reclaimer, but you can interact with Reclaimer a lot better than you can interact with Uro. War and Modern Horizons at the same time. Right. So War of the Spark introduced Teferi, banned in multiple formats. Narset banned in Vintage. or restricted in vintage, one of the two. Wrenn and Six banned, or not Wrenn and Six. Karn the Great Creator banned or restricted in vintage. I think restricted. Um, Modern Horizons got Wrenn and Six banned in Legacy. Urza eventually got Mox Opal banned in Modern. Oko banned in Modern, and Eldraine right afterwards. Um, what's it called? Once Upon a Time banned in multiple formats. Veil banned in Standard. Yeah. Field is by far my number one. I think that Field is probably my number one as well. But I would say 3-mana Teferi is a very, very close second. Like, honestly, I'd rather deal with Mystic Sanctuary and Veil of Summer than deal with Teferi. Oh no, 2-1. Who'd we lose to? We lost to Eldrazi Tron, who had game one Natural Tron Thought Not Seer into second tower double Reality Smasher. And game two had an opener of double Temple, double Thought Not Seer, Dismember, Simian Spirit Guide, and 6-mana Ugin the Ineffable. So they completely ran us over. Oh, game one they also had like turn one Tronland, turn two Tronland Chalice, and then turn three Thought Knot, turn four double Reality Smasher. Um, being able to decide to just ignore what your opponent is doing and ramp into field instead is so obnoxious. But yeah, everything started to go to shit around War. I miss when Phoenix and Green Tron was the boogeyman. Yeah, I think that Green Tron is a great deck to have in the format, and I wouldn't mind Phoenix being back, but like you can't really have Faithless Looting and say, all right, you're allowed to have this card, but only if you're playing Arclight Phoenix. I wouldn't say that E-Tron is necessarily a rough matchup. Let's see if I can find some data to back that up. I believe I've got some data in here somewhere. Sign me in. I've got to update my spreadsheet. Like my 4-color matchup against Eldrazi Tron. Pretty slanted our way. But obviously if our opponent just has like some beat all nuts hand, can't really do a whole lot about that. Just kind of have to take that one take that one on the chin. So blue-red Kiki combo. There we go. Ricardo loss was to Eldrazi Tron. Game one, they had turn one Tronland, turn two Tronland Chalice. We stubbed that. Turn three Natural Tron Thought Knot Seer. We killed Thought Knot or made them chump block with Thought Knot with a double Shadow. And then turn four, they went second tower double Reality Smasher. Game two, we Inquisitioned on turn one, and they had double Eldrazi Temple, double Thought Knot Seer, Dismember, Simian Spirit Guide, Ugin the Ineffable. And yeah, was rough. Looks like you're in the 2-1 bracket as well. Yeah, it's a much worse matchup for Grixis, Goose. Um, with 4 color, you've got like Tarmogoyf as well that can jump in front of like a Reality Smasher. Um, but with Grixis, you're weaker to Chalice, and you often have to like trade off a Gurmag Angler, which feels really bad. How's Grinflayer been so far today? Have not gotten to cast it yet. Or cast it once, it got spell snared. Never mind. I don't think looting was okay, but modern made more sense when looting opal and stirrings were the obviously most busted things you could be doing. Now it's hard to say how to fix modern because it's all busted. Checks out. They do need to make some adjustments here and there if they want to revitalize the format. Let's see. Lost to Imhayashi, turn 9. 9 lands a bit too much. Rough. That'll do it to you. Nine lands against the Hayashi deck. Not where you want to be. And that deck is surprisingly good at grinding out games. Between, oh, what's that card? Seasoned Pyromancer, things like that. It can get there. Yeah, I'd assume Hayashi's on mono red Obosh. I don't know if he plays anything else. Doom Switch is playing with another standard deck. The Sim Hayashi fellow seems to be decent at Magic cards. So it's kind of funny. We ran a league late one night um, with blue green Infect with like 3 or 4 copies of Uro in the sideboard and ran into Hayashi and just absolutely dumpstered him with these sideboard Uros. It was kind of hilarious. Yes, let's see. You're on Hammer Time. Sorry to disappoint you. Nothing to disappoint me. Hammer Time's pretty sweet. Ran into it twice the other day. Ran into it yesterday. Ran into it last night. Like, deck's kind of all over the place. I'm guessing it must have a pretty decent Uro matchup if people are so high on it. They lost Oko. Might as well play the other busted blue-green card. Fair. But I know a couple of people were in here in our chat the other day. I was talking about putting or trying out an Uro in 4-color Shadow, just as like a traverse target in the mid-range grindy matchups. I was like, could be kind of fun. Sappy contributed 20,000 points towards the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. What does that put us up to? I've got to update the time frame. I feel like these points aren't updating as well as they should. Ricardo redeemed Hydrate. Got you. Uro's the worst matchup for Hammer Time? Well, then what's the draw of playing Hammer Time? Like, what are you targeting with Hammer Time? I've never played a league with the deck, so I have no idea. I've considered Uro too, but I think Kling and Lurrus are playable life game because it's controllable. Uro is either gaining life or doing nothing at all. So it's not for the gaining life aspect. It's for the card advantage and recurable threat aspect. The fact that it's good against the mid-range and control decks that are killing your other threats, and just gives you another avenue to attack, as well as gain a couple cards back. Goose, kiddo's awake, gotta go. Good luck, appreciate it. Thanks so much for stopping by. Let's see, what did we lose to? Yeah, was Eldrazi Tron. Really rough, rough match. Not being able to cast Uro if your plan is going well is awkward, though. Yeah, but if our plan's going well, we don't need to cast Uro, right? Like, if we just have double Shadow out and we're beating our opponent in the face, we can just not cast the Uro. It's kind of the same thing with Lurrus. Like, if your plan's going well and you've got Shadow out, you're not playing Lurrus and attacking with it. You're not traversing it up. But it does beat Auriok Champion. I'd be interested to see it tested. We might try it out sometime this week. My first order of business once the week starts is, let's see if I can, yeah, I can copy this. Let's rename. This is my first order of business to try out. Move Lurrus to a companion slot. Like, we cut Wraith, but we open up 4 spots in the main deck. Or 5 spots in the main deck. And I want to see what it looks like. Like, you lose a little bit of the life loss, but I was messing around with like things that I might want to add to the deck to take up that spot. Um, Things that would be good at replacing Delirium or replacing our ability to enable Delirium. Night's Whisper could be an idea. I was looking at Tarfire, Seal of Fire, Nissa, Steward of Elements. Add in some Putrid Leeches. Do I still have my Putrid Leeches? No. How do I not have my Putrid Leeches? Gotta go buy some now. We can't live in a world without Putrid Leeches. I have played 4-color with Putrid Leech before. Did you ever try that green tribal card? I have not tried it yet, but it's on my list for the week. I'm about to show you all the sweetest tech you will ever see. Which version? These are 2 ticks a piece. Who's even playing this card? 2 ticks for Night's Whisper. Psh. All right, who's ready for the sweet sideboard tech against the control decks? What you know about Eyes of the Wizened? Come on. Boom. Whenever an opponent casts a blue spell during your turn, you may create a 4/4 green elemental creature token. It is a tribal enchantment, elemental. plays super well against everything from Snapcaster Mage, Cryptic Command, Spell Snare, Aether Gust, Delay, whatever, just because it powers out tokens against anything that's interacting on our turn. I don't know if it's anywhere near good enough right now, because a lot of the decks that are interacting with white spells. But I thought it was a really cool effect, so I got some. Let's see. Easier like this. Love that you're grabbing them now. Absolutely. If I'm going to try something, like, we're picking it up. We're doing this. It is a green Voice of Resurgence. Most importantly, it's a green Voice of Resurgence that makes creatures that are big enough to turn on Stubborn Denial. So opponent opts on our instep. Archmage's Charm. Whatever. Here's a 4/4. See, played this in Mono Green Stompy. Well, was it good in Mono Green Stompy? Does make Goyf big. So we're going to have that on the list to check out. And if we move it into the main, we can still have Lurrus as our companion. So keep that in mind. But with these 4 fancy sideboard slots that we opened up, I think that there's some pieces that are a pretty easy inclusion, like a mainboard copy of either Nihil Spellbomb or like Engineered Explosives. Then we want to get to something that will help with Delirium. If we're adding in an extra red card, then I think we need to cut for a red source. And then we've still got 3 more slots to mess around with. Boom. Wrenn and 6 could also be a possibility. Tarfire is a possibility. Like, Tarfire gets better for expecting more small creature decks, if that's the direction that we think that Modern is kind of moving towards. We bought a couple copies of Nameless Inversion last night, because, you know, you got to have Nameless Inversions. The mana base starts being tricky. It does. No argument there. Like, I don't like having the extra red cards, but if we're talking about needing to find replacements for Street Wraith that gets a lot of its value from aggressively turning on Delirium, then that's at least worth looking into. Like, I would prefer to not run these and run something else. Ghor-Clan Rampager if we're adding Stomping Ground. It's not the worst. How do I not have a Ghor-Clan? Alright. I do. It's just hyphenated. You would cut Grimflayer. I don't think I want to cut Grimflayer because I need to get Delirium online. And Grimflayer is like one of my best proactive ways of doing that. Seal of Fire at least has upside with Lurrus. Oh, I can't run Ghor-Clan because of Lurrus in my companion. Alright, 22 seconds.
Like the entire purpose of
This build is to try out Lurrus as my companion because you've seen even today there's matches that we have where we just don't have anything to do. And Lurrus guarantees you have something to do. Warehouse Games. It's cool how we can run a Planeswalker in the main board with Lurrus. You could also run Ren and 6. You could run Tibalt from OG Innistrad. Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Maybe that's an option we need to look at. Kythian. I'm sure there's another one. Maybe. Maybe not. Don't ever say Tibalt again. What you got against Tibalt? Tibalt is a 2-mana planeswalker that you can recast with a Lurrus. It is within the rules of the game. You are legally allowed to make that play. And just because your opponent is laughing at you the entire time and probably smashing your face in. I've never been more upset opening a Planeswalker in my life. Yeah. It's not the greatest. Finally, Tibalt is good. Thanks for Lurrus. Tibalt and Lurrus, what a time. What a time indeed. That's going to be the new combo. Y'all are going to be making fun of me, but eventually someone is going to watch this stream and they're going to hear me say this and go brew up a red-black or a white-black Tibalt Lurrus list. Let's think about this. You discard a card randomly to Tibalt, and if you've got a Lurrus out, if you discard something you need, you can just replay it. It's nothing but upside. Like, it's so much card advantage. Tibalt. Tibalt the Fiend-Blooded. Yeah, you draw, you discard randomly, you just recast it with Lurrus. Yep, pretty easy keep here, right? See if we happen to draw a hand disruption spell, because if I do, I would rather play that than basically anything else. Planning on fetching up a breeding pool. I really hope that these removal spells are live. If these are live in the matchup, then we're probably pretty favored here. If those are dead, we're going to have some making up to do. Either way, we do get to just play out a turn 2 Tarmogoyf, which is really nice. But it looks like a Lurrus Shadow deck. Or Lurrus Scourge deck. So let's get breeding pool, get all of our colors covered. Dismember this gentleman. And start jamming out Tarmogoyfs. So what's our opponent going to do? Kill the Tarmogoyf? It's sad when Lightning Bolt is an overkill burn spell for a Planeswalker. Doesn't Tibalt tick up to 3? Or am I... Yeah, it ticks up to 3. So it's right at lethal for your opponent. 2 Goyfs is going to be hard to beat as long as they don't have 2 Scourges. Well, that's not 2 Scourges. Do you have the Fatal Push? Or do you have another Swift Spear? Do you have the... Oh, they got sweet Fatal Pushes. That's dope. We might need to change up our Fatal Pushes. I haven't seen that one before. Is this the Secret Lair Fatal Push? Yargle Push. Yeah, Secret Lair 2. Hit me with your best shot, opponent. Fire away. Yeah, here's a Death Shadow. Am I cycling a Street Wraith? I don't think so. I think I kind of want to stay above 6 life. In 3 turns, you can use its ability. 3 turns. Only 3 turns away. What if in that 3 turns they play out double, double Scourge of the Skyclaves, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, I got you. Game over. Soul Scar Mage. If opponent thinks for half of a second I won't snap off this block. They couldn't be more wrong. I 100% expect my opponent to have a lightning bolt here. I'm shocked. I never saw it coming. Opponent, how have you done this to me? Boom! Boom! We are the champions, my friends. Down, down. And we'll keep on fighting to the end. Down, down, down. Ha 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 ha. Opponent cannot trick us at our own game of Shadow Math. Play that Scourge. You got it. I'll discard that one. Nice Croxa, opponent. That's a good draw. That means that even if our opponent has a lightning bolt here, we still have lethal. Dismember. Apostle's Blessing. Nice. Nice. Alright. So we're just attacking with Tarmogoyf. So we can't play Grimflayer. Because even if we get a basic swamp off of this, um, or we can't get basic swamp. We can get basic forest, but we can't cast the Grimflayer. And if our opponent top decks a land, if we fetch Shock, play Grimflayer, and our opponent top decks a land, gets back Kroxa, then we just discard this, or we would discard nothing and die. So, ha 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 ha. Get out of here. Get out of here. You guys come in. You come in. Some number of you guys come in because we saw Kroxa. If we didn't see Kroxa, I'd be less excited about the spell bomb stuff. And board something like that. Let's go.
Let's go.
I wonder what opponent top decked there. Like another Apostle's Blessing. Any small creature didn't do it. But I think it was, the challenge 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, um, where we said our game plan was to target the Scourge decks, the Heliod decks, and Oops All Spells. And I think we ended up like 4-1 and something, 4-0 in those matchups over the course of the day. And I think that kind of holds true with any Shadow variant that you're playing right now. Like, you really want to target those things. You could target Uro, but you're just not going to have that good of a time against that deck regardless of what you do. So it makes more sense to target the things that we can potentially beat. It's not great. But we're on the draw. We've got a little scry action. See what our opponent decides to do. Oh no. Monastery Swiftspear, our only weakness. Never mind. Alright, so I want to Thoughtseize turn 1, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Night's Whisper. I think I'm taking the Night's Whisper because if my opponent plays second Swiftspear, Inquisition, attack for 4, they have to choose between either my Tarmogoyf or my Dismember. Or I could just take the Swiftspear. Maybe Swiftspear is better. Yeah, I'm going to take the Swiftspear. There's just like no guarantee that my opponent draws good stuff off of this Night's Whisper. Now I guess they can Inquisition plus Thoughtseize, take Goyf plus Dismember. Then I get to untap, get a draw off of Bauble and a draw for turn. Alright, opponent. Doesn't matter too much. You've got two hand disruption spells. You can take both of these. It's a pretty aggressive turn here. I don't think they needed to fetch and shock. Alright, so that does get me a shadow if I want it. I do need to cast it this turn so that my opponent can't just like untap and spell bomb me. But I think I'm going like traverse for a shadow. Traverse for shadow, place Soul Guide Lantern, exile the Swift Spear. So this makes Lurrus a bit worse. It gets my shadow in hand. They've already cast 2 hand disruption spells. So I think they're at least a little bit less likely to hit a third. And they would need to hit like land plus hand disruption spell. Very well could hit it, but we're taking our chances. (3-1). Nice. What'd you play against this round? Also, that was a really quick match on your end. Played against Tron. Seems like a good matchup for you. Just aggressive creatures and to finish them off with burn spells. Alright, opponent, would you like to hit us in the face? You would. I assume that means they drew like a fatal push or something like that. Oh, main deck Blood Moon? Sure. Makes sense as well. My guess is fatal push. No fatal push. Okay. So their hand is Nihil Spellbomb, 2 unknowns. Alright. So that's gone. Would you like to spellbomb me? You would not. Would I like to spellbomb you? Or would I rather just draw a card here? I think I would rather just draw a card. It's like if they have a fatal push, they have a fatal push. But I could potentially draw into like a stubborn denial or something there. We're definitely going for. I guess they could have Apostle's Blessing. How are we going down to bolt range to try to kill them? I think the answer is. We know their next card isn't a bolt. Roll the dice. I mean, I don't think they board out bolts either. It's just a matter of they've got two cards, and we know they're drawing dead off of this spell bomb. So I guess based on that, it's better not to. It's better to just get Forest, deal the 5. I think because I know that their next card up is dead, it makes this a little bit better. And they didn't play out like a Scourge or a Shadow or something last turn. So I'm kind of assuming that if their next card is a threat, then they've only got one threat potentially. At least that's what I'm kind of banking on. Probably want to fetch up a tapped shock land at the end of my turn. Alright, we didn't know about that one, so one of their 3 cards is a Marsh Flats. Looks like they're just going for the find and answer plan. This is good for us. They exiled their own graveyard. I'm not... Like, I get that it shrinks Tarmogoyf, but you still have to answer the Death Shadow, and if you kill the Shadow, that grows the Tarmogoyf. So... Alright then. Am I just attacking with Shadow? Nah. So one of their 2 cards is Marsh Flats. So I could just like get a Shockland, play out Luris. If their last card is Lightning Bolt and they draw a Lightning Bolt, I would be dead. So I think I don't have to do anything. I think I can just pass the turn. I've got I've got 2 lethal attackers. I know one of their cards is dead. They could get Luris, put Luris into hand, or put Luris into hand. Okay. Not a bad one. This is game 3, I believe. I can't remember for sure. They didn't play out this Marsh Flats last turn, did they? No. So they still have Marsh Flats on top or in their hand. Just hit you up on Messenger. I remembered you were streaming. I'll have to go check that in a moment. Luris to hand, yep. And crack this just for the sake of cracking it. Double check. Yep. So I did have that Marsh Flats. And then we've got 3 lethal attackers cracking in. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. For all you boxing fans out there. So up to 3-1. GG's indeed. Oh man, did Matt just get hit with the sarcastic drop back? What game is this? This is Magic the Gathering. Matt coming in with the second month. Appreciate it. Someone offered to sell me a set of Summoners packs for 1,000 euros. Did you take it? I see your message now. Do you think 1,000 euro for a set of Summoners packs sounds about right? That's a steal. Jump on it before it gets swiped. Well, if you said no already, then you might want to ignore my message. But I say jump on it before it gets swiped. Let's see, we've got 122 players, which translates to how many rounds? 122, 7 rounds. So we've got 3 rounds to go. I bet opponent is feeling like we felt with the Tron deck. The only difference is we had to think. We did have to think a bit. There is still some thoughts going on. What did you beat this past round? Just beat Red Black Scourge. Nobody wants chippy cards anyway. None for over 1,000 at least. Well, all by myself. One is the loneliest number. Alright, enough of that. Tower Go Bert. That was my other hot take I mentioned, or I forgot to mention earlier. I think that they should errata Urza's Tower to make 2 mana instead of 3. You can have turn 3 Wormcoil. You can have turn 4 Ugin. You can have turn 3 Little Karn, but you can't have turn 3 Little Karn plus Bridge, and you can't have turn 3 Big Karn to exile a land. It's my hot take. Like, I think there are hands out of Tron that makes the deck too unbeatable. Like on the play, turn 3 Karn, exile land. Basically, nobody can beat that. My face went bobbles for 500 each side. They'd be even higher now. Like, the dude that sold them at a great time because it was right as Lurrus was getting popular. So people wanted baubles. Dude, the new emotes are sweet. And yet again, for anybody hanging out, there is a link down below. Let's pull it up so I can show everybody where the link is. There's a link down below to our emote artists Instagram page. So if you go to the channel, if you pause everything and you come down here, you can link to our artist's Instagram page and go check out all of her work, other projects she's done. If you need anything commissioned, she does commissions. Abolish Tron. I would sign that petition. I would absolutely sign an Abolish Tron petition. You get me the paperwork, we get it sent in to a national office, we get Tron taken off the map like immediately. Yes, this is a local person that did them. Actually, it's a local person that lives in Flora. She's a graphic designer that I went to high school with, and very, very nerdy individual. Told her I was going to link her to the Twitch channel so she could come check it out and see the emotes in person at some point. But yeah, we're not outsourcing our emotes. No, we are getting homegrown, corn-fed emotes. Very nice. Do they work at the print shop by chance? They do at Hederman Brothers. So if you have seen her in there, then you know who she is. Let's see. So we've finished up 4 rounds. We beat Green White Heliod, Black Red Scourge. What was the other win? I just marked it down a second ago. We lost to Eldrazi Tron. Oh, beat Blue Red Kiki Jiki. Off to a good day. We'll see if we can continue up the hot pace for 3 more rounds. Maybe squeak ourselves into another top 8. Can we play Shadow Tron? What about like mono black Tron with the ability to star or sphere into a Gurmag Angler on turn 3? Modern Sultai Karn Dono League. If you pay for it. What is Nissa doing? Are you talking, do you know what Nissa does, or are you wondering what she does in the deck? In the deck, she is a way to help fuel Delirium if she gets discarded, destroyed early. She helps Scry kind of keep some of the fuel going. She flips over all of our creatures. So you play her, activate her once, and then she hits every creature in the deck to flip over. Pseudo card advantage. And a win con. Like, what is the I need to put a donation incentive to Temur Battle Rage a Nissid land for lethal. We can't play Nissa or Liliana the Last Hope because we are trying out Lurrus as a companion. So we've cut Street Wraiths. So these are some options to kind of help fuel Delirium since we're still running Traverse. And keep Lurrus as a legal companion. Otherwise, I would say Last Hope is probably better. But we want to try out something different. Because we're in the age of innovation. Dun dun. It's my innovation sound effect. Hell yes, Eyes of the Wisent. Because it's a tribal enchantment. And because it's really good against anything running counter spells. But more, I just want to try out the card. So I'm kind of like setting up where our next test stream or what our next test stream is going to look like. And the idea is I want to test Lurrus as a companion. So we'll see what happens. It's no Autumnal Gloom. It is no Autumnal Gloom. You are technically correct there. And I hear that's the best kind of correct. But things on the list to try out in the next week or two is splashing white. Like, keep the 4-color base and then add like a Godless Shrine or something to splash white out of the board for things like Path to Exile, some tutor targets, like if we could go get a Knight of Autumn or something. Try out something like that. And then the Lurrus is a companion option. Test Eyes of the Wisent. And something else on the list. Something to do with Grixis. Lingering Souls. I don't know about Lingering Souls. I will fight to the death that Lingering Souls is bad in Modern. At least at the moment. But heaven forbid we still manage to run into like a Mardu Lingering Souls deck every other league. Very good against Blue-White X. Yes, but how much Blue-White X do you see? Play Manus Rider. How about a 1-of Manus Rider in the board with a 1-of Thalia's Lieutenant to get it up to a 4/4 to be able to hold up Stubborn Denial and Battle Rage it. Modern problems require modern solutions. Hidden Gibbons. I'm like 75% sure I know what Hidden Gibbons does. Let's double check. Yes. Becomes a 4/4 when they cast an instant. If only it were printed into a modern legal set. It would be dope. Hidden Gorillas. When one of your opponents successfully casts an artifact spell, becomes a 5/3 creature with trample that counts as a soldier. We need more cards like this. Reprint Hidden Gibbons into Modern Horizons 2. You cowards. and 1 Malcontents for reach. Well, duh. Like, if I want to bolt my opponent, it's because I'm playing a Manus Rider, Thalia's Lieutenant, and Kessig Malcontents in the sideboard of my Death Shadow deck. Oh, I can hit him for 5. I can 5-ball my opponent with Manus Rider, Thalia's Lieutenant, Kessig Malcontents. Checkmate. Checkmate. Hidetsugu's second right. You're going pretty up the spice level there. I think if we splash white going 5 color, we might want 2 Manamorphose as main. I wouldn't be against it. The only thing we have to consider with Manamorphose is it can create kind of awkward situations with your mana if you're playing too many reactive spells. So you don't want to Manamorphose, need blue, and draw into like Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy, Grimflayer. You don't want to Manamorphose, make green black, hoping you draw into Grimflayer, Tarmogoyf, or whatever, and draw into Seal of Fire. So, is something to keep up with. But I'm not against the idea. I think it's just nice to note what our concerns for the card might be. Oh, I can go way up the spice level via Slash Panther Vintage All-Star. Do we need to go buy a couple of Flash or Slash Panthers? Play that enchantment that lets you make all your creatures a certain type, then Thalia's Lieutenant pumps Shadow and Goyf. Whew. You're not wrong there. You didn't like Channeler as a one-of tutor target. Not particularly. I think it had a game that it was all right, but for the most part, it was eh. Grimflayer is usually underwhelming, but maybe we could replace Grimflayer with a Channeler in this list. But that would probably mean replacing Seal with Tarfire. Have to like pick and choose the synergies we want. Or maybe it's replace both Grimflayers with a Tarfire and a Chandler. Raking Canopy, who made somebody walk out of a tournament because of Raking Canopy. Well, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. If you want to hear the story of Raking Canopy, let me know in the chat and I'll tell it when I get back. Alright. Decided to refill water too. Webcam is funny. Or fuzzy. Any better? Might have had like a fingerprint on it or something. Something like that. Let's see. Now that Mike's gone, let's all talk about Ice Fang Coatl. Main board, 4 Veils. Y'all are disgusting people. Don't you guys love it when you go Uro into Omnath and to bring the light with Veil back up? No, I don't. Let's see. I don't know if I want to allow Matt's message. Automod has blocked it. Mainly because you capitalized and highlighted thought. I guess I'll allow it. Just this time. Next time might not be so nice. Did I just add that as a term that was okay? Can't just like add it one time. Apparently OBS is very very concerned about what your opinions are related to the placement of Women of the Night. Over there? No, not allowed. Doom Switch is double queued with Blue White Control and Lotus Field. Well, Doom Switch is better than I am, so power to him. Alright, what do we got for round number 5? How far down the list are we? We're not too far down. See, I missed a couple. Justin, and there's another donation to the Shadow Watch challenge. No, I missed it. It's hidden in the sea of messages. Steven contributing 20,000 points to the Shadow Watch challenge. We are getting pretty close to it. It hadn't updated, but I think we've got like another 45,000 points or something towards it. Evil Tom contributed 8,000 points to the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. What do you think is more difficult, being top 8ing a GP or being on the trophy leaderboard? Oh, I'm going to say top 8ing a GP. Because I think that you can play an aggressive deck all day, every day, and do pretty well on the trophy leaderboard. Just like grinding out leagues. Which is good, but I don't think it's like, oh my god, that can't be topped good. Do I want a breeding pool? I don't think so. I think I'm going to get a bunch of looks at another land, so... How many game actions can we take in one turn? Find out next time. I mean, like, Imahayashi plays through a lot of leagues and does very well. I just think that there are a lot of players that get onto the trophy leaderboard just by playing a bunch. Alright. Heliod off the top. Yep. So we can traverse for like a fetch land to get a red source for Battle Rage. But we need to draw the Battle Rage. Main deck Auriok champion indeed. It's got to be just like Hardcast the Heliod, right? Yeah. Opponent, you should attack. Dang. It's like, what's the worst that could happen? Alright. How is this going down? Main deck Auriok's a big FU. Yeah. It's not great. My hope here is that I can set up a turn. Like if my opponent's got a spike feeder here, I can break up the combo with Fatal Push. Yep. Oh no, I can't break it up because they get to target it with Heliod. So we're just dead. We can't beat Infinite Life. Ah. Forgot about the Auriok trigger. Shouldn't you keep the Battle Rage? It's hit or miss. Like if you keep Battle Rage, you're keeping it to do something like you said, trample over Auriok, but you're also accepting that it's bad against Path to Exile, and you have to balance out those decisions. Like you can't really say, all right, I'm going to keep this because it's good in this situation. Um, Jim Davis played 3 Reign of Gore and sideboard of Rakdos Scourge. That's big brain right there. Existence is sad. Taking Skyclave Apparition because I'm going to go with the plan of like playing out Tarmogoyf, maybe the turn after Fatal Push, play out Goyf, don't know, but just attacking as aggressively as I can get. My blue count's really low. My red cards are more impactful, so I'm going to go with that. It's about right. Now I gotta get me some extended TBR. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Apparently our hand is good for one thing, and that one thing is playing Tarmogoyfs. The advantage we have is our opponent's hand is like a little clunky of 1 drops, or a little clunky with 3 drops. So they can only really play out like one thing a turn. So if we're able to just like dump on the pressure, we might be okay. This can't get a black source. Uh, it can only get basic forest, breeding pool. Can't get watery grave. We don't have a stomping ground. So I have to wait until my turn to be able to fatal push plus play out another Goyf. It's always these one of fetch lands that come up in the most awkward situations. Like the one of Wooded Foothills, the one of Breeding Pool when we play it. Or not Breeding Pool, the one of Misty. Alright, there's no way to grow Tarmogoyf. Sodek's playing Hammer Time. That is pretty dope. So we need our opponent to not have um, Auriok Champion. Like if they go Auriok Champion into Spike Feeder, we die. If they just have Spike Feeder or Veil of Summer, right? But again, it's kind of a situation of like we can't beat our opponent having everything. They could lifelink our shadow to kill it. Alright. We're dead to another spike feeder. And the answer is...
Is this company to try to hit a spike feeder?
Oh, that's a sweet company. Everybody's got these sweet secret lair promos today. No! No, Magic Online! You can't error message me in the middle of a tournament. Come back here. I hate this program so much. We win a game and Moto crashes. I know my match has started. I'm trying to get back to it. Submission received. I didn't submit anything. Alright. We got in here. Is there anything we're changing up? Trophy we can bring in. Get a little more answers on the draw. Kling's not great. Stub over Kling is okay, but I think delay is better than stub. Because you can delay Skyclave Apparition, Heliod, Spike Feeder, while also hitting Company and everything else. The typical awkward hand. 4 lands, Inquisition Goyf on the draw. I think we have to do better. I think this is the kind of matchup where we're not beating them without not only like a clock, but we have to have a decent amount of interaction. This is better. Keep bottom of delay. Opponent is pretty clearly representing Veil of Summer here. So I can't imagine a lot of hands they would keep without a 1-drop. Unless they just have like multiple copies of what's his name? Auriok Champion in hand. Which is entirely possible. Yep. All right. Skyclave Apparition, the Shadow. Attack with the Auriok Champion. We kill the Shadow, or we kill the Skyclave Apparition, block the Auriok Champion. Or not. So if I play out Grim Flare, I die to the combo. Like I die to Spike Feeder because I only have one piece of interaction up. Looks like a collected company. If they just had like Auriok Champion into Heliod into collected company, not a whole lot we can do about that. Well, 2 mana 1/1 doesn't beat us. 2 mana 1/1 stops us from beating them. And now they have Spike Feeder. Nope. Alright. Now they have Spike Feeder. Yep. Yep, they just kind of had the nuts against us. Like I said, we can't beat Infinite Life. So, I'm not going to sit there and make my opponent click it out. Ugh. Is there anything we could have done different? We could have let our opponent resolve the collected company and hope they whiff. Maybe we need to mull aggressively to Thoughtseize in the matchup. Like our first hand, 4 lands, Tarmogoyf, Bauble, Inquisition. If we take the Heliod there, we don't care about the Auriok Champion because we have Tarmogoyf. And if Mishra's Bauble draws us into something live, then that could have been good. Let's see, could have played Watery Grave turn 2 and delayed the Heliod. Well, we didn't know they had a Heliod, right? But once they played Auriok Champion, like our out was to Battle Rage a Shadow. But like we still can't attack through the Auriok Champion even with a delayed Heliod. But we were kind of going for the line of play out Shadow. Our opponent's Skyclave Apparition's our Shadow. We let them attack with the Auriok Champion, kill the Skyclave, block with the Illusion. If they had turn 1 Veil as well, like, we just kind of accept the rough beats there. Um, there's not a whole lot you can do against a deck like Heliod if your opponent just has everything. Mario battling Doom Switch. Will Shadows prevail? Well, seeing as how Mario is playing Hammer Time today, I don't think that's going to be the case. Let's update the record. Alright, second loss means we're more than likely out for top 8 contention. But, like we always say, we play till 3 losses or we win it all, one of the two. What was it Reed Duke said? Like, he'll play until they tell him he literally can't play anymore. He's not allowed to continue. Oh, rough one. Rough one. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss, so we'll see what happens. Alright. Regroup. Breathe. Oh, they're still in game 1? Ricardo and Doom Switch? Jeez. Alright, how's everybody else doing? Record. Nope, other way. If it would stop delaying. Got 1-5-0 currently, and looks like 3 more matches potentially playing for 5-0. Alright, let's hear the Raking Canopy story. Oh boy. So, I'm playing in one of my first standard events ever during Lorwyn block. Like, Lorwyn had come out. I think it was before Shards of Alara came out. I'm like 90% sure it was before Shards came out. And it's like a standard F&M. I've just been getting into standard. And I built this really cool Tree Folk deck. And I was super excited for it. And I've got like Birds of Paradise, Tree Folk Harbinger, Dauntless Dower Bark, Timber Protector, Leaf Crown Elder, um, what's his name? Doran the Siege Tower. And I've got a copy of Raking Canopy in my main deck because fairies, if you played standard during Lorwyn block, you knew fairies was like tier 0. So fairies was running around all over the place. There's a guy in my dorms that played fairies. So I had a lot of experience against the matchup. I was also running like 2 more copies of Raking Canopy and a Cloud Thresher in my sideboard just to try to take down some little annoying flying bastards. And I'm playing like round 3 or so of this event, and I sit down across from this opponent, nice guy. We get started up, and turn 1, he's like, thought sees you. And I reveal my hand. It's like a few lands, a harbinger, like a timber protector, dour bark, something like that. And he takes a harbinger. I'm like, all right, draw for turn, draw some tree folk, land go. He draws for turn 2, goes thought sees you again, and ends up taking like a dauntless dour bark. And I'm like, all right, got it. Discard the dour bark, and he passes the turn back, and I draw for turn, and it's a raking canopy, and I'm like, well, shit, this doesn't do anything, but I'm like, I might as well play it. All my tree folk are like 4 or 5 mana, and I'm sitting here about to play my 3rd land, so if I don't cast this thing, like, I'm not doing anything this turn. So I play Raking Canopy out, and my opponent looks down at the Raking Canopy, looks up at me, looks down at the Raking Canopy, and just mutters under his breath, like, fuck this, and just picks up his cards and walks out of the room. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Like, I've only been playing the game for like a couple months now. I don't know what I did to piss off this dude. And the guy in the seat next to me is laughing his ass off. And I'm like, what on earth is going on? Like, why is this dude next to me, like, crying, laughing, and I just made somebody, like, get up and leave the room and, like, walk out on this tournament? And my opponent, or the dude next to me, is like, do you know what your opponent was playing? And I'm like, I have no idea. He played, like, Graven Cairn, or not Graven Cairn, the black red filter land out of the Wooded Bastion cycle. He played like that and a swamp, and I'm like, I have no idea what he's playing. And he's like, your opponent's playing a Demigod of Revenge deck. The deck has one goal, and it's to get your Demigod of Revenges in the graveyard and attack you. Guess what can't deal damage to you with Raking Canopy out? And it's their one way of actually winning the game. And since he's in the black-red spectrum, he can't get an enchantment off the board. So my opponent saw Raking Canopy and just straight scooped and left the event because I had one copy in my main deck for fairies. That was probably the, yeah, literally the first card I ever built a Magic deck around. The first card I ever made an opponent salt out over. But yeah, he was playing a Demigod of Revenge combo deck that just tried to get all the copies of Demigod that you could in your graveyard as soon as possible, and then play one, bring them all back. It was a hilarious story. Like, once I found out what was going on, I was like, oh my god, my opponent's kind of mad over like an unfortunate top deck. But the dude next to me, I wish y'all could have seen, was like clutching his sides, falling out of his chair, because this is like my second ever standard F&M. Like, I'm not some regular that just teched for the room. I just showed up and like knew that fairies was good because, like I said, somebody at our store or at my dorm played fairies, and he was one of the ones that got me into Magic. So of course, like, I'm talking about what I should expect with him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, fairies, like, top tier deck. You're gonna see it everywhere." So of course, I'm gonna plan around beating fairies. Your bunch of tree folk can't beat flyers, and then just having that happen. It's like, that reminds me of playing humans. Makes me miss it. Need to do it. Need to do it again. We need paper events. Um, God, I had another. Oh, my. Here's some irony for you. Um, my very first standard F&M was my very first game of my very first standard F&M. I got to pseudo shadow battle rage somebody. And I know everybody's skeptical, so I'm going to show y'all what happened here. I'm playing mono red elementals. You going to be playing any more today? Well, we're still in the challenge. Like, we're just waiting for the next round to start. So we still got plenty more magic. I'm playing mono red elementals. Turn 1, I cast me a Flamekin Harbinger. For anybody that doesn't know, comes into play, you search your library for an elemental, put it on top of your library. I go and get, ironically enough, this bad boy. Incandescent Soulstoke. He's an elemental lord. He's got this cool effect that you can like sneak attack in an elemental. So I Harbinger. I go get my my Incandescent Soulstoke. Put it on top of my library. Next turn, I draw for turn, and I play out this little elemental called Brighthearth Banneret. He just makes your elementals, your warriors, a little bit cheaper, and you can discard him from your hand to put a 1/1 counter on things. So I play out this Brighthearth Banneret. My opponent has played like tapped land on turn 1, like a Vivid Land. Turn 2, plays another Vivid Land. I got my Banneret out. Turn 3, I cast that Incandescent Soulstoke that we just saw before. And hit him for a couple. Hit him for like 4 damage. And my opponent plays his third land, passes back. And I draw, play my 4th land, activate my Incandescent Soulstoke to put in a Nova Chaser. Nice little 10-2 with Trample that I get to play for 2 mana. Give him haste. Champion my Flamekin Harbinger. So if he deals with my Nova Chaser, I get to get back another elemental, get like chain together another Nova Chaser. And I attack my opponent. And my opponent goes, all right, cool, take, what was it, 14 or take 13? And I'm like, well, wait, I got effects before damage. And he's like, all right, what you got? I would like to double cleave my Nova Chaser. Here's a 22 trampling damage elemental on turn 4. And, yeah, beat the crap out of him that game. The next 2 games he destroyed me, but my very first match of Magic, I got to double cleave a Nova Chaser for lethal in a constructed event. And you wonder why I play Temur Battle Rages. I don't think I won a match that entire night, but I was super excited to play my elementals. And that's our stories for the day. Unless somebody reveals or redeems a swag reveal / story time. Probably need to switch that up on the channel point redemption thing. You may tell my story of getting a trap card activated on me, or the Jim Davis story. Alright, I want to tell the Jim Davis story. I think that one's great. So, Matt is playing a league with Eldrazi-tron. Pretty sure it was Eldrazi-tron, right? And he's up against Jim Davis, who's playing a Jund Field of the deck, or Field of the Dead deck, with like a lot of your typical ramp cards, plus like Dark Confidant to keep the gas coming. It's got the 5 mana Hour of Promise to go get a couple extra lands, find your Field of the Deads, um, and just some sweet parts like that. And Matt has been like with hitting him with a couple creatures, dropping his life total down. Jim's at 5. He's got a Dark Confidant out. He's got Field of the Dead active, whole bunch of zombies now, and so Matt just like can't attack through. He's dead on board if he doesn't draw exactly all his dust. So Jim passes the turn back. Matt draws for turn, not all his dust. Crap. So we're sitting there with like a Reality Smasher out, and Jim's got 30 zombies on board, like literally no attacks through. We tank for a second, and we're like, all right, we got no outs. Pass the turn. Reddist has won the game. And we're like, what the hell just happened? And we go to Jim's graveyard, and Jim has flipped over Hour of Promise to Dark Confidant, which we think is hilarious. Like, we're cracking up, falling off the table, laughing, because our out was our opponent playing Dark Confidant and Hour of Promise in the same day. Well, the story gets better because you can go find the video of Jim Davis playing this match, and I think we've got it somewhere in one of the Discords. You can go find the video of Jim Davis playing this match, and Jim gets to this turn, and he's talking to chat, and he's like, all right, all of our hours are accounted for. They're all in exile or in our graveyard. We have nothing over CMC, like 4 left in our deck. We can't die to the Confidant. We've got this locked up. And then he goes to his upkeep and dies. And he's just sitting there for a solid, like, 3 minutes, just like staring off at the screen until he finally figures out that he missed over one of the hours. It was the only hour left in his deck, and he flipped it over and lost that match. Justin got you on the hydrate. Like, I want to see if we can find that. I know we found it before, but I can't remember what it was under. Is it Jund Field of the Dead? Titan Field, no. Sphinx Field, no. Matt, what was his Field of the Jund? Or no, that's not his. No. Where you at, Jim? Videos. Search. Field of the Dead. Is this it? Luris Field. Is this the... Yes, this is it. I found it. I found it. Yeah. Alright. So I know y'all can't hear. Let's do it. So Jim's got this confidant out. Here we go. He's got all these zombies. Matt's got some tokens. Wasn't Reality Smasher, it was tokens. And our out is all is dust. We can block, we can take care of all this and all is dust. And we're not really worried about anything if somehow we can manage that. But like we survive this attack. But our opponent's got a whole bunch of zombies, making a whole bunch more. Like, cannot do anything. I think he's going to cast the hour here. Yep. Make sure our game has... Yeah, we still got like 5 minutes. So, cast the hour, get a whole bunch more lands, and now, like, Field of the Dead is really, really going ham. I know we don't have audio, unfortunately, but he's just talking about, like, how... Let's see. I'll translate. He's literally talking about, like, we need our opponent to not top deck all his dust. And Matt is going to have the big bait. There's a drum roll playing in the background. Matt obviously did not draw all his dust. Jim's realizing that right now. They're definitely trolling. Not even close. We pulled the wrong Ugin, so... And the verdict is... Jim's talking about, like, we can't go down to 3 because we might die. There it is. There's the face. The face of your demise. Classic. Oh. I think I might have accidentally covered it up too much. I think I covered it up with the logo. So let's get back to the face. Show the face. Dark Confidant says. The face. The face is priceless. Yeah, I fixed it. We got it. His chat is dying laughing. Like, I cannot explain how much we are, like, doubled over laughing at this. Like, crying laughing. This is the greatest thing ever. His chat's going haywire. His exact words, I was pretty sure all 4 were accounted for.
I guess I was wrong. We lost our 24-1 odds. There you go. And then Matt went on to win that match. But there you go. Let's see. Ken Etron with Simeon Spirit. Did you play the same person we played? Um, let's see. You might have played the same one we played. That was them. I think it was that one. Otakun. I think. I can't remember. But they were playing Eldrazi Tron with Simeon Spirit Guides. Pretty sure he said that was the worst match of Magic he ever played. That's saying a lot for somebody that's played a lot of matches of Magic. Oh. Well, we still got a couple rounds. It doesn't look like X and 2. Let's see. 2 rounds. We're going to have one undefeated at the end of the Swiss. Which means 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Or no, this is 16. So 8, 9, 10 X1s at the end of this round. Which would be 5, 6, 7. So yeah, it should be a clean cut at X1. It should be 1 XO, 7 X1s at the end of the Swiss. So X and 2 is dead for top 8. But we are still alive for top 16. Geek Media contributed 6,000 points towards the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. Put us up over the 150,000 mark, or 50,000 mark. 150,000 mark. Words are tough. But I'm pretty sure that's not updated. Like, I feel like we've had some good contributions today that haven't been reflected. So I'll have to see what's up with that. I wonder if there's a way to look at that actually. While we wait for these last couple of matches to wrap up. Let's go here. This is the wrong place. Is there any way to specify that I would like to see channel point redemptions? Doesn't look like it. Boo. Every 2K is bumping 1%. Yes. Yes, it is. But I think there's like two 20,000 point donations. And I feel like we started the day at like 148 or something like that. So I feel like it should be higher, but What is Clothis on the stack? Can you stubborn denial it? You cannot. It is both an enchantment and a creature on the stack. No, I'm at a total of 20,000. You can only do 2,000 at a time. Did I miss something then? Because I feel like we had 2 donations. Yeah, like up here it says Esmir Barbados contributed 20,000 to the Shadow Watch 2020 challenge. Does it just go in like a day at a time or something? I've been spending. Oh, that's total? Okay. Makes more sense now. Can only do 2,000. It's capped. Gotcha. The notifications are not very clear. Nikachu just beat Sodek, and Sodek was tilting about it. I saw that Ricardo beat Sodek earlier. But I've only ever watched Sodek stream like twice. So I don't really know how he acts. But I watch Nikachu stream all the time. And it's great. I hope he can get back-to-back good finishes with Merfolk. So Nikachu improves to 4-1. Nice. Sodek has to write lost to Simic Merfolk, which is amazing. Yeah, we were talking about it last night. Like, Sodek has kind of become the crown prince of turn 1 win decks. So Dredge, Ad Nauseum, Hammer Time, Oops All Spells, Charbelcher. Has a lot of success with those decks. We are trying to become the crown prince of Fight for Your Life Game 1 decks. Modern is fine without degenerate turn 2 combo decks. I guess you weren't in here earlier. We went through our list of things we want to see banned in Modern. My hot take is anything free should be banned. And then the actual cards I would like to see at least looked at and some number of them banned. You damn straight Mim Knight ban it. I remembered one. Get it out of here. Was it Faith Shield, something like that? But no, so the first half is, I believe there are a few cards like Simian Spirit Guide, Allosaurus Rider, that Creeping Chill to a lesser extent, that aren't really healthy for the format. And because of that, I don't think they should be legal. But I'm also a proponent of the idea that I think any card in Modern should have a cost associated with it. I don't think there should be anything that's free. And if you follow that idea, then all of these plus other like 0 mana artifacts and things would have to be banned. You can't really pick and choose and say like, okay, well you're allowed to have XYZ, but you can't have ABC. That all fall under the guideline of something or some effect, some permanent for free. And so we're just putting free things that like see some sort of play or might see play, and just saying like all of these things would be gone if we went that route. But the bottom half is like I think these cards to some extent are actually problematic in modern and need to be looked at. Cathar's Shield. I knew there was some shield. I kept thinking Faith's Shield. So we got a minute before our next round. But yeah, like I think that you could look at these 5, and if you were to ban 2 or 3 of these at random, I think it would have kind of the same same outcome as banning all of them. Yeah, Surgical's on here. I think it would have the same outcome as banning all of them. So if you ban like Mystic Sanctuary, Veil of Summer, then I think the Uro decks not being able to fight through stuff like Thoughtseize so well would be a positive. If you ban Field of the Dead to Fairy, then I think the decks not being able to fight counter magic as well or not be able to auto win the mid range or control matchups would be fine. Uro Mystic Sanctuary, your opponents can't start looping Uros or looping spells off their free Uro lands, or they can't Uro aggressively into Field of the Dead. Any combination of those I think would be okay. Amplum. No. No. Amplum hangs out in the chat a decent bit. All right. Yeah, this is fine. So, one thing that I absolutely hate is mulling or making game actions because I know what my opponent is on. And this is just a straight up fine shadow hand, and I would keep it in the blind. I hate when people like mull aggressively or keep hands that they wouldn't keep in the blind because they know what their opponent's on. Because it just makes you like a worse Magic player overall. What's the record? We are currently 3-2. He's on Hammer Time. Like I knew he was on Hammer Time, so yeah, we're just gonna take the aid so he can't auto equip hammers. We played against him the other day. He was one of the ones that like top decked pretty nutty against us in multiple games. Super nice dude, so I do hope these matches are or go well. Steel Shaper's Gift, okay. Second copy of Colossus Hammer. What do we think about playing Grimflayer here? Is that just like getting too greedy? I feel like it's probably getting too greedy. I just need to like swing as much as I can while my opponent's kind of stumbling. No second land, no second land, no second land. Dang. Let's see, Mike, need a hot take. Which version is better, 4-color or Grixis? Wife promised to buy me some cards for a New Year present. I'm looking at a playset of Tarmogoyf, which I don't currently have. Tough question. I know the typical Shadow response is play what you enjoy, and I think that has a lot of merit. I would not tell anybody to like play a version. What is living? All right, let's take Shadow Spear. I would not tell anybody to play a version that they don't enjoy. As far as what version I would recommend if you were looking for like a straight long-term investment, I'd say that I like Snapcaster more than Tarmogoyf as an investment, but I think that Tarmogoyfs are still solid. Like, they're always going to be good. Soulless just tuned in. Reverse Hammer Time. We are Verse Hammer Time. We out here hoping our opponent doesn't top deck lands. Why do I talk? I guess on the bright side, we do have them under a decent amount of pressure. If you already have all the blue sets, then I think getting Tarmogoyfs is fine. Like, I would prefer to own all of Grixis before I owned all of 4-color. Because I think that Grixis is more likely to be able to spike a tournament. But I do think that 4-color is very nice to have. It's not currently an instant in the graveyard. Is there any reason to cling to dust something? Like, we could cling to dust Steel Shaper's Gift. Grows the Tarmogoyf to 6 power. That's probably alright, right? Like, they can't Lurrus plus get value off of either of these. Alright. Our E-Tron opponent is dueling against Canister. Come on, Canister. Whoop him. Yeah, I agree with Steven. I think that Goyf is a solid pickup. And if you've already got a lot of the Grixis stuff, then I think it's a good choice for sure. Alright, so our opponent cannot have drawn land. Or I guess they could always have Sigarda's Aid, Colossus Hammer, and kill us with Ornithopter. So if they drew Sigarda's Aid, we're dead. But they can't have land plus activate Ink Moth plus Hammer and way to equip Hammer. Let's see how their top decking skills are in the challenge. I mean, I don't want to see that much. my opponent taps this Silent Clearing for mana, then we've got 2 Goyfs that have to be blocked. There's a decent chance we're going to get an attack in with the Grim Flayer. Flayer Husk, okay. Stop. Hammer time.
Dun, 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 dun.
Now, what is opponent considering here? Alright, so fun little interaction here is you can scry with your Grimflayer and then use things like Mishra's Bauble, Nurturing Peatland to draw into the card that you have scryed into. So for instance, we can bend both of these, keep this on top, play out our... Are we playing out our shadow? Does it matter if we play out our shadow? I don't think it matters if we do or not. So we'll just say go. Light of the Thick. Alright. Game 1 goes to the good guys. We'll see if we are as fortunate in the second game. Bringing in removal, pseudo sweeper effects, boarding out, cling to dust is a little subpar. I think I'm okay boarding out a Thoughtseize here. Our opponent's deck is like pretty aggressive and low to the ground. So I feel like boarding out a piece of hand disruption is fine. Light up the stage that's thick. That's what I was trying to say. There's got to be a better way to word that with Grimflayer, right? I don't know what it would be, but something. Yeah. All sorts of tints. Trying to loosen up over here. No, hand's bad. Hand is bad. 4 lands. We're not getting out of shadow ahead of curve. Don't have any removal of any sort. Ship it.
Ship it real good. Dun, 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 dun.
This is good. So we can always traverse for our basic swamp. So I'm going to keep this and bottom. What am I bottoming? Stubborn Denial. Yeah, I don't mind that. The old Memnite, eh? Well, we could have traversed for a basic swamp. But now... I think we go for the bait. I've got to make sure Amplum's not in the chat before he gets me here. I don't think he would stream snipe. But what I'm planning here is playing out the breeding pool. So maybe my opponent goes for something like the 2-mana white knight dude. Something like that. And I can dismember and get like a good piece off the board. What do I name with engineer here? Ultimately, it depends. Like, I could name construct, but like ink moth is a much bigger issue. All right, let's just pass back. Like, Plague Engineer proactively stopping something like Ink Moth Nexus is really nice because that is a threat that we have a difficult time interacting with profitably. And really, we're looking for like a fetch land. Pure Steel Paladin. Okay. I know this is a weird card to hit with a Stubborn Denial, but it stops a draw. It guarantees some sort of value off that Stubborn Denial. Don't denial. I I think the denial was fine because we knew we were going to be able to like wipe their entire board there. Lurrus to hand, sure. So they can Lurrus plus basically anything next turn. Like, we really needed to get a fetch land so that we could play out Traverse for a shadow. But there's just like no guarantee that we were going to have a threat, that we were going to be able to play out anything over our next couple of turns. And like, we're pretty dead to this Lurrus now, but it's kind of what we get for stumbling. So just going to go Shadow Sphere. Alright. Yep. Needed to get Delirium online. On the play, the Thoughtseize is a little bit better. Alright. And yes, I would love to play first. Oh boy. Can't do it. We'll keep this and let's bottom one of these lands. Alright. Opponent has mulled to 6 as well. With another one lander. So let's just take the aid and say go. Hard cast the Colossus Hammer. I guess they do have Pure Steel Paladin, don't they? Alright. So I'm going to say play out the Tarmogoyf here. And I'm sure there's plenty of reasons not to play out the Tarmogoyf, but I want to get on the board. So second land. They drew second land Ornithopter. Reasons to not play out the Tarmogoyf is that. Like, they had to draw free Metalcraft spell. They had to draw exactly second land and free artifact to be able to hit us there. Now I think we have to pass, unfortunately. If we Fatal Push this Ornithopter and they draw a land, they can go Stoneforge, get an equipment, play the equipment. and that gives them Metalcraft to re-equip. I can't believe that they drew second land and free artifact. Like exactly the 2 cards that they needed to have there to get this Pure Steel online. Stoneforge, yep. Second hammer, sure. Say no to that hammer. No to that. Now they can't equip for free anymore. So if we attack, we're dead to what? Slayer Husk? Shadow Sphere? So I think we have to go Bloodstained Mire, pass. Hold up this Dismember. Alright. Another hammer. So I want to respond to this by killing the Pure Steel Paladin. I need to get green mana here so that I can sack this Nurturing Peatland. That's about right. That's absolutely about right. Jeez. Uh, All right. Oh well, that's how that goes. We had a really, I think, really good hand and really good shot of winning that third match if our opponent wasn't able to play and equip up that colossal, or play the pure steel paladin and equip up the colossal hammer on turn 2 to get that attack in, because that really cut out a lot of our potential outs and draws, because we just went from having time to do what we wanted and have pressure, have disruption in our hand, to like none of that mattering because we just didn't have life to work with. But that's how it goes. Um, we should play around your bad luck more often. Really should. I should approach every single turn with what is the absolute worst thing that my opponent could draw for me, and I would never get blown out by a modern Swords to Plowshares again. But I'm going to send everybody over to Nikachu, who's still in the challenge, playing some Simic Merfolk. I want to say thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. Appreciate all these continued support. Thanks to all the new subscribers, the new followers. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, checking out some sweet Death Shadow action. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their weekend. If I end up playing in the challenge tomorrow, I'll stream it, but because it starts at like 5 or 6 a.m., something insane our time, I'm less likely to. But otherwise, we'll be back to streaming on Monday if we don't play tomorrow. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their weekend. Enjoy some good food. Go do something exciting, just not without a mask. So until next time, take it easy.